So we'll call the meeting of the February 10th Transportation Commission to order. I just would like to remind everybody that we do have a public hearing scheduled at 6 o'clock. So we will break at 6 to go to the public hearing. Joe, would you like to do the instructions, please?
Sure. Thank you. Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. All panelists, that is alders, commission members, and staff, have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Commission members, please continue to use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the body, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joe. Patrick, would you like to call a roll, please?
Nasra Wahalier.
Present.
Okay. Grant Foster.
Here.
Chris McCahill.
Here.
Ann Kovich.
Here.
Denise Jess.
Here.
Bill Bremer.
Here.
Ken Strike.
Here.
Bridget Brown.
Here.
Harold Cleams.
Here.
That's everyone.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next, did everybody have an opportunity to look at the minutes from the last meeting? If so, is anybody willing to make a motion? Please raise your hand. Okay. I see a hand raised, but my hand raised thing isn't putting them up at the top of the queue, Joe. That's really weird.
And it is Denise that raised.
Okay, thank you. Joe, there it is. Now it popped up there. Okay. Thank you, Denise. Is there a second? Harold, thank you very much. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, I don't see any hands raised. I'll just check the screen quick to make sure. It looked like it was there, Joe, but it took a little bit of time for it to pop up in the queue. That was odd. Okay, so we'll assume a unanimous consent vote approving the minutes unless anybody objects. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote then. Patrick, do we have any public comment for items not on the agenda?
No.
Okay. How about any disclosure? Oh, Alder Evers, go ahead.
Well, I have another meeting that I have to be at 5:30. So I wonder if I might be allowed to make a very, very short, encouraging comment. I sent an email to commission members and I just wanted to make sure that email was received. And if I realize it doesn't comport with your agenda, but if the body might agree to let me just speak briefly and then I can excuse myself.
Okay. Are there any objections to Alder Evers going ahead and speaking? And we did receive a lot of emails, so I don't think it's out of order for anybody to want to call out what they might have sent. Does anybody object to Alder Evers going ahead now? Okay, go ahead.
Well, thank you. I'll lower my hand. So, first of all, I want to say how much the residents in District 13, particularly with these streets, appreciate that you have been are taking action with respect to the neighborhood traffic management plan. There are 3 streets in District 13 that are candidates: on Drake Street from Campbell to Drake, Lakeside from Gilson to Hickory, and South Brooks from Mound to Chandler. And just briefly, Drake Street is important because the Vilas Park Master Plan is recommending that the entrance to the zoo and the park be shifted from Drake and Randall to Drake and Campbell. Yet they are making these recommendations in the absence of a traffic study. The consultants were not paid. It was not in their contract to do a traffic study. And I have challenged them that it's inappropriate for them to make master plan recommendations in the absence of such a study. I wanted to bring this to your attention. I'm asking them to include this in the final master plan as an appendix or a caveat, calling for such a traffic study before anything is acted upon in terms of moving this entrance. In the absence of the traffic study, we don't know what kind of unintended consequences it may have in driving traffic up Campbell Street to where the Bear Mound Circle is, which is an extension of Vilas Avenue. And it's also historically and archaeologically a sensitive area because that's where the Bear Mounds are. And tribal elders from Ho-Chunk have raised an alarm, and I wanted to bring this to your attention early. Secondly, and also with regard to Drake Street, as with several of these streets, it's not just one section that's of concern. There are concerns about speeding along all of Drake Street, actually from South Park all the way up to where Vilas comes down and intersects. I'm very pleased that Lakeside is a candidate. It's long overdue. From what I understand, the city has had evidence and data that Lakeside needed attention now for, I've heard is for 20 years or so, it's been on the city's list. The neighborhood had repeatedly been told that nothing could be done because this is an emergency medical service route, an ambulance route to the hospitals. It's welcome news to me that the city is considering solutions involving speed humps. I would add that this should be seen as a two-step process, that there are other measures that are probably in order when the street is reconstructed to enhance bicycle and pedestrian safety. There are several pinch points there on Lakeside that needs attention. And the entire street from John Nolan to South Park needs a review. I will also call attention to, I think is one of the registrants tonight, Andy Meisman, who is the new chair of Bay Creek's Transportation Committee, a very bright, intelligent individual with a planning background. I would ask that you form a working relationship with them to come up with viable solutions for Lakeside. Lastly, there are speed issues not only on South Brooks, but also on South Mills. And I've received actually more complaints recently on South Mills. Staff did traffic engineering and MPD responded to a complaint. MPD stepped up some enforcement and traffic installed some of those red flags on the stop signs at the intersection of South Mills and Aaron. I assume that some of the speeding is related to deliveries and workers and traffic around the hospitals there. But some attention is certainly deserving. But of the two, of the three, Lakeside is certainly, I would say, the biggest priority. That's all I got. I'm very grateful that you're taking this on, and you have my gratitude, and I'll excuse myself now. Thank you very much.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Alder Evers before he goes? Okay, thank you very much. All right. Any disclosures or recusals this evening? Okay, I don't see any hands. Okay, let's go to item number 2, and then number 3 is related to this. Justin, did you want to go ahead and describe item 2, and we'll have a discussion on that first?
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. So this, and if it's okay, I might just describe the whole situation, if that's okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine because 3 goes with number 2. We'll need a separate motion on each one, but I think it's great to discuss them together.
So what items 2 and 3 are referring to are the Metro satellite facility. And so we have, we've been pursuing the Oscar Mayer site for quite some time, primarily because of a need to expand or to house our existing fleet. because it was built for 160 buses and now we're at 215, but also to prime us for the future for any future growth that might happen. So we've been working towards the Oscar Mayer site for quite a while, and that the progress on that just was not meeting our expectations around getting a deal made there. And so during that process, another property has come up for sale, and this is it's currently a FedEx site on Hanson Road near the airport. So some of the advantages to that site would be that we can use it almost immediately. The Oscar Mayer site would have been required several years of environmental cleanup, which would have delayed our ability to use the site. The FedEx site is slightly more expensive to buy, but would be dramatically less expensive for all the renovations that would be required. Essentially, the FedEx site at $16,220,000, we would be able to just to move in and use it almost right away. We would likely make some incremental improvements over time, adding a wash facility, things like that. But none of those things would be required for us to move in and use the facility. So we'd have access to it immediately. It's significantly larger than the FedEx site would have been, to the point where it holds more than twice as many buses. And so we would have the ability to store over 100 60-foot buses or more than 150 40-foot buses. In many ways, that would allow us to duplicate or to double our capacity, which really will allow us to grow well into the future. I think there was a real possibility that with the Oscar Mayer site that we would have moved in that direction, and in 20 years or so, we would have needed a third site. And so this really allows us more room to grow. The negotiations are extremely straightforward. We're able to just purchase the property and move forward. With the FedEx is building their new facility nearby, and so they plan to move out July 1st, and we would be able to close immediately after and just move in. There is a $7 million federal grant that was awarded to our satellite facility project. That grant did name the Oscar Mayer site specifically. However, we've already been successful with the FTA in switching the scope of that grant to be able to be used on the FedEx site. So the transfer of that $7 million grant is not a concern. So in total, when you consider the purchase price and construction cost, we expect the FedEx site to be more than $8.5 million less expensive, while also holding twice as many buses as compared to the Oscar Mayer site. The one drawback is that it is a bit further away. And so at least with the routes as we currently have them structured, there would be some additional deadhead time for the buses to get to the end of their routes. At the moment, that would be that the cost of those additional miles would be significantly less than what we'd save in debt service for the capital cost reduction. And plus, I'm very optimistic that we would be able to drive that number down especially as we go through the network redesign and we really optimize the network around our and where the bus routes start around our facilities. So I'm confident that while there still will be some increase in deadhead costs, that it will ultimately be significantly less than the debt service. Our debt service reduction will be more than compensate for that. So ultimately, there are two actions before you. One is to approve the purchase of this facility, and that was introduced to council and passed through Finance Committee on Monday. And then the other is related to the grant itself. So because we had never gotten to the point where we could use the grant, that grant was still kind of stuck in FTA limbo and had not been formally accepted and incorporated into our budget. And so the second agenda item, item 3, would actually formally adopt that into our our capital budget. The other thing it would do is that it takes the money that was already appropriated in 2020 and just switches the source of those funds. Whereas originally in 2020, the local portion of the funds were budgeted as being Metro general obligation debt. This would switch it to just general fund debt, and that's in consultation with the city finance department. It's the same amount of money in and out the door for the city, but it just allows a bit more flexibility around some of the levy limits and expenditure restraint that Madison is under per state law. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
First, let me ask Patrick and Joe if we have anybody registered for either item 2 or 3. And I suppose someone could wrap them together in one motion if they so chose, or we can do them separately. But first, do we have anybody registered to speak for either? They really are related.
Yes. There's Michael Goodman in support and wishes to speak.
Okay, do we have Michael?
No, there's no one by that name in the attendee list right now.
Okay.
Okay. Ken, go ahead. You're muted, Ken.
Move approval of items number 2 for the purchase of the property and item 3 for using the grant.
Okay, Harold, is that a second, or did you have something else you wish to discuss?
I will ask my question as part of the discussion, so I'm happy to second this.
Okay, go ahead. We'll second and then go ahead and ask your question as part of the discussion. We have a motion and a second combining items 2 and 3. Harold, go ahead with your comment.
So yeah, thanks, Justin, for laying out the issues. And I had read the materials ahead of time. I mean, I think there's a lot to like about this, both in terms of timeline and the cost structure. I mean, I guess the only thing that makes me slightly concerned are the operational concerns with it being far out and the potential additional cost that we incur. And so the way you presented it, it sounds like based on current service, the additional deadheading and the expenses that come with it, from your perspective, is like lower than what we, or less than what we would save in terms of the reduced cost. But of course, then you also say, we're thinking about expanding service, having additional buses, which then possibly increases those operational costs that keep coming. So maybe you can say a little bit more about that tension between those two.
Yeah, so right now our estimate is that we would see a reduction in debt service of about $650,000 a year over 20 years. In contrast, we expect our increase in operating costs because of the deadhead to be anywhere from 0 to 500,000. So it would still be a net savings, and I apologize for the background noise.
That's okay. Kids are lovely.
So there would be still a net savings overall there. However, our existing system is designed around our existing facilities, and so that the deadhead costs are basically assuming that we try to serve the exact same network that we have today with just this other facility. So once we have the second facility, especially as we go through the network redesign, we may elect to, instead of starting a route at the north transfer point and running it out to Easttown Mall, we would instead start that route at Easttown Mall and run it into the transfer point. Mm-hmm. And so by doing things like that, we can reduce those deadhead miles and more optimize the system around the facilities we have. But ultimately, it's a very big exercise to redesign all of your deadheads and everything. And so it's hard for us to know for sure. But I'm confident we can get that number down.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. And I mean, I think, especially with regard to East-West BRT, I mean, for that service, that seems actually like a pretty good location where it's not that far from East Town Mall. You might actually provide some useful service to the places in between. So I think I can see that working well. One other question, comment, which is maybe actually more for traffic engineering. So I know there's an uncontrolled intersection of Hanson Road with US 51. So if I can imagine that not being an easy turn to make from the facility toward town. So I'm wondering, I guess US 51 is going to be reconstructed anyways, but yeah, I imagine we might need a traffic signal there in the medium turn to make that happen.
Yang, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, that's definitely a good point. Once if the city decides to move forward on this, we'll be working with Justin and his team. Looking at the different accommodations that the city need to improve, including maybe signalization for certain intersections. I think that's a reasonable request, and we'll be happy, work with Justin and the team on that. Also, I think as Metro readjusting the bus routes, we probably have to do a bunch of adjustments as well. Sometimes it may be simply timing adjustments, others potentially new traffic signals. Yeah, that's a great point, and we'll be working with Metro on that.
Okay, great. That all sounds very good to me. Thank you.
Bill, you're next.
Thank you. Justin, I think this is a great opportunity to really take advantage and get the project moved along by having this instead of having to wait for Oscar Mayer. Question, have you had any discussion with Streets as to whether, because of the size of the facility, if there's an opportunity to use it for storage by equipment that's, let's see, off-season? In other words, put equipment out there, and plows or whatever that they don't need during the summertime and so forth?
So we haven't had specifically that discussion. We have talked a bit generally about, what excess space we might have. I think the one other thing I didn't mention is we actually have a second facility right now. It's quite small. It's on Pennsylvania Avenue, just south of Oscar Mayer site. That is primarily for our buildings and grounds maintenance. So all of our salt trucks and plows and shelter maintenance crews and everything work out of there, as well as it's our kind of backup dispatch facility for when something happens. And so we would move that operation there, which certainly isn't a huge operation, but it does allow us to free up that site, and we lease that space, so it allows us to save a little bit of cost there. And then we're doing a major renovation at 1101 East Washington, our main facility. And so for the foreseeable future, we actually have quite a bit of need for just overflow from there during construction. And so it would not surprise me that we would find a way to use the entire space, at least for the next couple of years while we're doing the renovations at our main facility. But certainly, once we have a chance to really, get in the building and start to game plan our use of the space in a bit more detail, there may end up being leftover space that we could then approach other agencies about using.
Thank you.
Ken, you're next. You're muted.
Justin, this doesn't have to do with the purchase. Can you just describe a little bit the choreography of, so you're going to maintain all of your mechanics and all of your cleaning at West Washington? What happened? So the bus, you get a dirty bus, and does it first go to Washington and then you have people getting it out to your adjacent facility, or do you just wait till the next day, or how does that work? So, eventually our goal would be to have a wash facility there at both facilities. And actually currently another bonus of this facility is it already has fueling capabilities already there. And so really it's just a wash function that we don't have out there yet. Certainly we can do some manual wash outside
when we need to. We can also skip a night on a wash. We don't necessarily have to wash the bus every night. And so there will be a bit of juggling things to that point until we do have a wash facility there.
Don't call it juggling, call it choreography.
There you go. But one additional point, this would be, we do have room for maintenance here as well. Again, over time, we would probably enhance the maintenance operation by installing actual lifts in ground and things. But we do have the ability to use mobile lifts and use the space as is now. And again, with the fueling capability, it does allow us to do pretty much everything we need to there other than the wash.
Okay, thanks, Ken. Harold, you're next.
Sorry, just one additional question that just came to mind in terms of, eventually we're hoping to electrify the metro fleet. Any concerns or maybe advantages? I mean, I think Oscar Mayer was at some point sold, they already have all the electrical hookups of sufficient strength. With that, I'm assuming that's going to be covered at that facility as well.
Yep, it actually has the same amount of power existing to it that Oscar Mayer did. But one bonus is that it's about 2,000 feet from the substation. And so we have pretty much unlimited power to draw upon. And the power that existed at Oscar Mayer and exists at FedEx today certainly is not sufficient for a fully electrified fleet. It would need dramatically more. And the nice thing about this facility is it'd be very easy to get to.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, I don't see any hands. So we have a motion combining items 2 and 3. I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody objects. If so, please raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised. So the motion for 2 and 3 together is carried. All right. Thank you very much, Justin. Renee, item 4, the update on the crossing guard program with the move from MPD to traffic engineering.
All right, great. Thank you, everyone. I am just going to quickly share my screen. And let's see, here we go. From beginning, there we go. So just a little bit, you kind of know about the crossing guard program. I've been here before, but I just want to, reiterate that this is about, the program is really focused on elementary school children and crossing them. It's also adult crossing guards. There is a youth program for traffic safety that you may have seen some kids at schools, but that is not the crossing guard program that we are talking about. That's just another safety initiative that some schools have. And so these, you will have seen them out in the streets crossing kids, but really they'll cross anyone who comes up to their crossing and help them get across the street. I do have our crossing guard supervisors here tonight because obviously they are best placed to answer any questions that you have. But we have 2, Patty Kanoki, who is working on the west side, and Virginia Kravik on the east. And I'm going to have them talk just briefly a little bit about our current crossing guard locations and what's kind of going on with the program right now.
Right. Currently, we have 5 adult school crossing guards working. They are serving both parochial schools and the New Pope Farms Elementary School, which is a Middleton School District school that sits on City of Madison Street. You may be aware that Madison schools will be opening in a staged reopening starting March 9th. And so we will be calling back additional crossing guards at that time. So these are the highlighted crossings that Renee is sharing are the 4 that are currently staffed, along with the Shea Road and Shadow Ridge serving Pope Elementary School.
All right, so just a quick history. This program actually has been around for a very long time. None of us who are with the program now are quite old enough to remember the 1960s when this launched, but that is what our historical records say, that We've had it since then. The Common Council approved criteria back then for deciding where to put the crossing guards. And then through the years, there have been updates to that. The last time we changed the policies on how we selected crossing guards was back in 2016. Not a lot of changes were made, more around notification, how requests came in. And then this year, as you know, the crossing guard program through the budget process did move from being housed within the police department to being housed in the traffic engineering department. And that is within the pedestrian bicycle unit. So now Virginia, Patty, and all of our great crossing guards work underneath me. And just a little bit about how that has changed things. So that program itself and all of the sort of staffing, supervision, training, sort of that day-to-day communications with schools, doing the counts, and just general improvements. Instead of going to the police department, Virginia and Patty are still the crossing guard supervisors, but now they do come to traffic engineering because they are housed here for that work. It's not as if the police department has no sort of like, okay, now they have nothing to do with schools or crossing guards. Obviously, there are some statutory requirements for how sort of violations that crossing guards have of when they ask people to stop. You can be ticketed if you don't, and the police department is still the issuer of those tickets, even though the crossing guards are within traffic engineering. Obviously, if there was some emergency, they're still going to respond to that. That hasn't changed. And obviously, they still play a role in school traffic safety. They still sit on the school traffic safety committee. So we do think of them still as our partners in this project. And then some of the things that traffic engineering was doing before with our traffic studies and, working with schools, still doing that. So it's kind of just Patty, Virginia, and all of the crew have moved on over, and we're going to be working on just really like integrating them into our school travel safety work that we already do. Safety is a big goal always for traffic engineering. We work a lot on safe routes to school and getting kids walking and biking to school, being excited about it, getting families to feel like that's a safe option. So this really integrates that work with us. Also, the crossing guards, they're the frontline workers. They see what's really happening out on the streets near the school. They've always reported that, but we really want to work with them to make them feel like they're really a part of making change and making the schools safer, and just being a part of planning for safety of travel at the schools generally. So we're excited to have them. Obviously, it's only been since January 1st. Most of our crossing guards aren't working. So it's definitely still a work in progress. But I think that, we're working on that, reaching out to the crossing guards, even the ones that aren't working, and trying to make them feel like they're a part of our team and that their work is valued and that we want to hear from them. Obviously, for some of them, they haven't been out on the street for a while, but we, are still asking them what they remember, what they've seen in that process of sort of looking at how we can improve their jobs. I just put this in. We're not here today to review any locations, but I will be coming back, and we did talk about Pope Farm before. So I thought it was good for all of you kind of just to see how this works. Our assignment, when we get requests, they come through our school traffic safety committee from the principals, and we go out and we collect some data so that we can see if it meets the requirements of the policies that were adopted in 2016. We do also look at existing locations when they start to have counts that fall below the minimums that we have. We go out and we collect data again, just to kind of see where that is at and see if it's still meeting the requirements. And obviously we want to work with the school if they have demographic shifts. Maybe they have new locations where more kids are living and the kids have kind of aged out at another location and have moved on to middle or high school. I just put this in there just, because I thought it would be good for you to see kind of a filled out form that was from a crossing guard study in the past, just because you will be seeing these in the future. You haven't for a while with school being virtual, but we will be coming back to these in the future. And then this is just the point system that we use for making our recommendations when we come to you, whether we base it on the points that they get through that process and what we recommend happens, whether that is a sign, a crossing guard, or some other type of treatment, or if we have to make the unfortunate need to discontinue a crossing guard location. So we do have a school traffic safety committee. We met earlier this week, focused a lot on the return to school planning efforts and how we're going to roll that out. But it includes staff from MMSD, from traffic engineering, the police department, and our Dane County Safe Routes to School program. The one thing that we'll be working on in the future is we do have this one school now that's within the city of Madison, Pope Farm Elementary, that is not an MMSD school. So, we would work with them a little bit differently. Their requests would not come to this committee. They would come directly to the program. And we would be just building that relationship with the principal at that school and any other future schools that are built in a similar fashion where they're not a part of the MMSD school district, but are within the city of Madison. So this is just the full criteria in case I just put the link in because I thought you might want to take a look at it. And I just wanted to mention some locations that we will be back to talk about. First, at the very bottom is our new location request that came in for Pope Farm Elementary, which we talked about previously. They have just started back to school, but with these studies, we do wait until the weather is better. We do not go out there when it is, 10 below degrees and think, oh, well, they didn't have enough kids walking. So no recommendation for a crossing guard. We wait till we have some good weather days. Obviously this year, all of these are gonna have a little asterisk on them because we will have to think about our policy and the fact that not everyone will have returned to in-person school, even when it starts back up. Some people will still be electing to do virtual schools. So we will have to give some real thought to how we want to look at the requests and the recommendations this year. We also have some studies that were not completed because of the end of school year going to virtual last year. We had started to do studies at the locations listed, and we generally would do we'd go out and do a fall study, and then we would return and do a spring study just to get a little bit more of an accurate picture of what's going on at the schools. But we were not able to do the spring studies. We were actually just starting to schedule them when the pandemic hit for real here and schools went virtual, and we have not gone back. So we would go back to do studies, but these also will be challenging even with MMSD starting back up because many families will elect to remain virtual. So we will have to take that into consideration. I can say that from the studies that we did complete in the fall of 2019, none of the new locations requested were likely to meet the requirements. We didn't complete the full studies, but in doing the counts and the gap studies, they likely would not have. For the studies with low numbers, they likely would have met the recommendation for removal. We are thinking that the LVM principal will request a different location for a study because I think some of the demographic shifts over there, she may have another place in mind that would get added to the study list once she makes that request of the School Traffic Safety Committee. And with that, we can take questions, and then we do have this email that goes to the crossing guard supervisors if you think of something later that you would like to ask.
Before we get to any questions from the group, Patrick, do we have anybody registered to speak on this item?
No.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Renee?
Or for Patty or Virginia, since I am new to supervising the program.
Yes, thank you very much. Any questions for Renee, Patty, or Virginia? I do have one, Renee, with regard to the studies and the fact that traffic is so different. Speeding is up, but traffic is less. That would impact your results as well, wouldn't it?
It certainly could. Things like that, just because we do measure sort of the traffic gaps. Mm-hmm. So if traffic speeds are up, that likely might reduce those gaps. But with less traffic, it might be the opposite impact depending on the locations. So I do think when I come back after, completing the rest of the studies that we are going to have to give that consideration that this is an abnormal year. So both meeting the numbers of students and the gaps will be very different.
Yeah. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Renee and Virginia and Patty. This is great. Related to those increased traffic speeds, I was hoping that there will be a way that could factor into decision making, because we of course know that a faster moving vehicle is going to do more bodily harm to a pedestrian, and particularly a little pedestrian. So I want to make sure that factors into decision making when you're looking at those studies.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that is something that we'll want to consider.
That is part of the criteria that was reviewed.
Yeah. And I think, obviously this year it may be that we're seeing different things than we would before. We'll need to think that through carefully.
Anything else, Denise?
Nope, I'm all good. Thank you.
Okay. Bill, you're next.
Thank you. Renee, when we were talking about Pope Farms, as I recall, you had indicated that staffing was not necessarily a concern, but was something you're going to have to address because you were going to have your numbers were going to be people had moved on from this type of job. So are we going to be looking to hire, and then how do you train those new staff when they come on board?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll let Patty talk about that, but we will be hiring.
Yeah, we are in the process of getting the paperwork approved and posted on the city website. We have approximately 10 openings. With the recent news of school reopening on a graduated basis, Virginia and I are both looking at how best to utilize our current staff. Some guards may be able to work 2 crossings. They can work an early elementary school and then go into a late elementary school start. So we are in the process of that. Once applicants are interviewed, pass the background check, and hired, then we will do roughly 4 to 5 hours of in-office training, comprised of lecture, demonstration, videos, and then we will take them out on the street for approximately an hour, hour and a half, just the new hires, to actually give them the start to end of their job, what they do, and demonstrate, give them some practice on the street, and then they actually get assigned to their crossing. And then we, as supervisors, will monitor them very closely for the first few weeks. And then once they are feeling comfortable and doing the job according to their training, and they're feeling comfortable, then we typically see them at least once per week.
Super. That sounds great. Thank you.
And if you know anybody who's interested, it is a phenomenal job.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Anybody have any other questions? Okay, it'll be interesting to see if our criteria need to be adjusted as we see how many people continue to work from home, and what happens to traffic patterns and what happens to speeding as a result. So Yang, we've talked about that before, that we don't know where things are going to end up afterwards. So I'm sure you'll take that into consideration as you look at those criteria in the future. Any other comments for them? Okay, I don't see any hands. Thank you, Renee, Patty, and Virginia. Okay, next we have item 5, the 2021 Public Works Transportation Projects. And I know Chris Pedikowski's not here. I believe we have Reed and Jim with us. So do we want to start with West Washington?
Actually, if you don't mind, I'll start with Dean Avenue. Does that work okay?
Sure, that'd be fine.
Cool. I'll do a quick screen share. So I think if everyone remembers, we have a 2021 reconstruction project planned on Dean Avenue with the advisory bike lanes, which the commission had recommended a few weeks ago. Staff has been looking at how we can transition those on the west end where it kind of intersects with Monona Drive. So right now, Dean Avenue, westbound traffic on East Dean Avenue as it's approaching the intersection has a dedicated left turn lane for westbound traffic, and then a separate lane for through and right turns. So we're taking a look at the space available there. Since the reconstruction actually stops a little bit short of the intersection itself, and we kind of we're restricted on the space that we have there then. So the first option, excuse me, that staff is looking at includes more or less maintaining that similar condition to today. So the advisory bike lane approaching from the east, we continue that dashed line to that lane marking in between the through and right lane and the dedicated left turn lane. And so this dash line would continue through vehicles heading westbound on Dean would then have to yield to any traffic that's already in this lane. So being a bicyclist here before crossing and merging into the lane. And to help indicate that it's a shared space, we have a green backed Sharrow here. Staff is calling this a super Sharrow approaching the intersection. And then this left lane would still be a dedicated left turn lane. Also, we thought it could be helpful in this situation to maybe have an overhead sign included here indicating that this right lane is a shared bike through right lane and the left lane is a dedicated left turn lane, just because the lane markings are a little unique. That typically when you have this sort of situation, the dash line would kind of come across here between the solid line between the through and right and the left turn lane. So that through vehicles will kind of stay in the open lane as opposed to merging, or we're switching that up a little bit with this option. In the eastbound direction, we would just mark a bike lane. So we're showing this right now as a dash line all the way through, but we have enough space so we could do this as a solid bike lane marking all the way up to where the center line would end. And then we just transition to that typical 24-foot width with the advisory bike lanes a little bit further to the east. Option 2 would have a similar spacing with the center line in the same location. We could do that solid bike lane marking again. But this option would continue the advisory bike lane just up to the intersection. Instead of having any separation of the travel lanes, it'd just be one wide shared lane with the advisory bike lane. So left turns would hopefully kind of hug the center line here and kind of stay towards the left along the center line. And then the through and right vehicles would either queue up behind any left turning vehicles, or if they get a green signal, they would probably merge around, probably merge through the advisory bike lane, which would be allowed as part of this design too, to either continue west on Dean or make a right turn onto Monona Drive. Graham Heights put together a little model of the intersection of how this would function with the signal timing and phasing here. And that was attached to the agenda as well. I won't read through the whole thing. But kind of to summarize, this option would probably work okay fine from a signal timing and phasing perspective. But the staff preference of these two options would actually be option 1 for a couple of reasons. Back when Monona Drive was initially reconstructed, the 2 lanes here were added with a dedicated left turn lane as part of the neighborhood request. So we want to continue to honor that request when that was initially installed. There were some concerns about if there is a left turning vehicle during the peak hours, the queue could back up a fair amount. And there is a driveway for the gas station very close to the intersection here, which having the queue extend through that driveway could be a little problematic, especially if there are eastbound vehicles also trying to make a left turn into that driveway too. And then also this lane configuration lines up better with the lane configuration on the west side of the intersection, which is controlled by City of Monona. And that lane configuration mimics what is here today, where it has a dedicated eastbound left turn lane with that shared eastbound through and right turn movement. So I think that's kind of what we're looking at for the 2 options here. And we're hoping to get some input from the commission, maybe a direction on the preferred option here to go with as we're moving forward with the project.
Patrick, before we go on, do we have any public comment on this item? I don't know if you can tell if it's either Dean or West Washington. There is.
There aren't any registrants, but there was an email that was sent about the West Washington one that was
Right.
distributed earlier today.
Okay, thanks for reminding. Yeah, it's very, it's hard if people don't come to remember that we've gotten a lot of emails that have been forwarded to everybody, and hopefully everybody's had an opportunity to read them. Our questions with regard to the Dean Avenue options and your preference. What are people's thoughts? Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick question about the thinking behind the bike box at the intersection, which is in both of the designs. But, looking at this option with a dedicated left turn lane, I guess the idea would be if I'm westbound on Dean and want to turn left onto Monona, I would stay like where the Super Sharrow is and then use the bike box to turn left. Would that be the assumption? Which of course might not work that well if there's right turning traffic in front of me. So yeah, just what the thinking is behind the bike boxes.
Yes, that was our initial thought with the bike box, was that we would expect a cyclist heading westbound would kind of stick in the advisory bike lane and kind of follow the Sharrow as they approach the intersection here. And if they wanted to turn left, they could use the bike box to kind of stage in front. But you do bring up a good point that if there are any vehicles in this through and right lane waiting at the signal, they would probably just end up having to wait behind the vehicle, wouldn't really have access to the bike box. So it's kind of, not the preferred situation for having a bike box, but we thought it could be useful. So we had it in there as part of the plan.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, one consideration with the bike box is always, it's a lot of thermoplastic green that needs to be renewed fairly frequently, so it is an ongoing maintenance cost. And so thinking about whether the traffic volumes and which directions are the predominant turns for people on bikes may make us consider, do we need one in this particular location?
Sure.
And your thoughts with regard to that, Harold?
I am not sure. Monona Drive has a bike lane, but it's, an unprotected bike lane. There's a lot of traffic. So, but it also has a lot of destinations on it. So people do bike on Monona Drive. But then how many people are going to come from Dean Avenue and turn left onto Monona Drive? Because there's also the multi-use path on the eastern side. Yeah, down here, exactly. That probably a lot of people would turn into rather, I don't know, maybe Alder Foster has a better sense of the conditions in the area and where we would expect people to go. There's certainly, if you do the alternative Lake Loop, you would go straight from Dean, which is not a problem. And if you turn right, it's not a problem. And if you turn onto the multi-use path, the bike box may or may not be helpful for that, maybe not so much. So yeah, I'm not totally sure.
So Chris, if you don't mind, Yang has his hand up. If it's with regard to this point, Yang, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, actually, I think Harold already kind of mentioned that about the possibility people who do the Lake Loop, they may choose to use this this location, and they may just continue going. So I think we're trying our best to get bikes in front of the cars as much as possible, so that a back box definitely will help some people. But we do recognize it won't be perfect, for all situations. Yeah, great point. Yeah.
Thanks. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I was thinking about that issue also and had a different thought about the role of the bike box. One being, I think one of my concerns with option one, I guess is what we're seeing now, would be that if there were a bike sort of waiting to go through that intersection, that a through or right vehicle might feel a little compelled to sort of nudge, like that bicycle was in their way, versus the other option where you would clearly have to encroach on a bike that was in the way, that was there. So I feel like the bike box sort of makes clear that the bike is, entitled to be there and making that motion, and making it sort of clear that the car would be behind them. I don't know if that is part of the thinking in these cases, but that was one of my thoughts.
Yang, do you have a comment with regard to that, or Jim?
No, that's actually a really great point, that it is helpful from, even if we don't have a direct bike facility connected into the bike box, it is helpful from an awareness perspective, like Chris had just mentioned.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah, I think create awareness for not only for the bikers that they can feel confident being at a space. Also for drivers that bikes belong to that space. So hopefully define this situation to be better. I think another option we consider also is maybe instead of doing the full bike box crossing the two lanes, maybe we just do it like in between the two lanes, just a smaller area, so that the right turn vehicles may be able to just get around. But I think the bicyclists may make that decision themselves, and I think sometimes it might be even be safer to decide that I'll be here, occupy the whole lane, so that people will not be able to trying to sneak by me. That's a great point.
Ken, go ahead.
For those of you, I'm thinking of you, Chris, but probably Grant. What's your experience? So, I'm thinking there's a green box westbound on Dayton, right by Park. What's the general informal rules as far as a biker is in the green and somebody a car westbound on Dayton wants to go northbound on Park? What's your observation as far as what's the general way that people behave on that? Is there sort of or either written rule that I'm not aware of, or how do people behave?
I guess you're asking how would a cyclist behave if someone was trying to turn right behind them?
Yeah, so I mean, they're entitled to be in the box, but they can look around, they can see there's a driver with a right turn signal on it. Just not that it's one way is right or wrong, but what's been your observation as far as how do bicyclists handle that situation?
My observation would be, I think without the bike box, certainly it's like many cyclists would feel compelled to get out of the way of that driver, which I think would be an awkward situation. So I think putting the box there avoids that and sort of gives the cyclist the certainty that they can be there, and the person behind them would just have to wait. I think a lot of cyclists would also just feel like, oh, they're still in the way and might try and shift, but I don't think that's necessary.
Okay, so it sort of gives you more confidence to say, this is where I'm supposed to be, but it doesn't get into some kind of thing where the bicyclist feels pressure necessarily to move over to the side.
Grant, did you have a comment with regard to that? Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm done.
Anybody else? Harold, did you have any comments with regard to what Ken's asking?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think what Chris is saying sounds roughly right to me, but whether you feel safe or not depends a lot on who's in the car or truck behind you. So the green paint can only do so much.
Okay.
Good point. Is that all you had then, Ken? Okay, Grant, go ahead.
I was just going to move a recommendation for option 1.
Okay. We have a motion for option 1. Is there a second with regard to that? I don't know, Bill or Ken?
A second.
Okay. All right. Did you want to speak to your motion, Grant?
Yeah, just briefly. I just really appreciate the work that staff did on this. They did a good analysis of it. I originally had asked them to take a look and see if we needed to keep that left turn lane. And I think they've really given it a lot of thought, and might be great if we had a little bit extra width to have a dedicated bike lane through here. But given the reality of our curb to curb space, I think this is a good recommendation. I think it should work well.
Okay. Other comments with regard to that? Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just one question, maybe of you, Grant. There's this mention of the possible overhead sign. I mean, my impression is this might not be necessary. And I mean, I think the design as is with the road markings probably works well enough. And so we don't have to spend extra money on the possible overhead signs.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably defer to GE's thinking on it. I think it's mostly the concept would be to help reinforce for drivers that the straight or the through movement is in the right lane, kind of because of that non-conventional markings scheme. But I mean, I think it would probably be reasonable to go forward with this marking scheme, and then if there is a confusion or a problem, maybe then consider adding signage later. But I'm thinking that a lot of people that use it are probably going to already be familiar with it, and we'll probably use it the way it's intended even without the signage. But yeah, I would just defer to TE on that one, I think.
Jim, did you have a comment? Because you say it's just possible signage.
It's 6 o'clock, Ann.
Oh, it is. Thank you very much, Patrick. Okay, is there further discussion on this particular item? Otherwise, we can go ahead and vote and then move to the public hearing. Okay, seeing no hands, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote supporting option 1, leaving the signage up to traffic engineering. Any objections to a unanimous consent vote? Okay, seeing no hands. Whoops, Alder Foster, go ahead, Grant.
Yeah, I was just going to move that we table this item to go to the public hearing.
Okay, all right. Second, I assume. Somebody second that, please. Harold, second. All right. Any objection to tabling this item and going to the public hearing? All right, we'll come back to item 5 after the public hearing. Okay, so our normal pattern would be to open the public hearing. We'll have the presentation from staff in order to make sure that we're all on the same page so that anybody who's registered to speak would be able to hear what staff has to say. And certainly we can have questions along the way if you have them, but we'll wait for any discussion until after we hear from the public. So Justin, do you and Drew, Mick, Mike, whoever want to go ahead?
Yep. Yeah, so I'll start off and
I don't want to miss anybody.
I'll start. We'll tag team this a little bit. So I'll start off, but just to give a little background. So as you all know, when COVID-19 really hit, we scaled back our service to kind of a Saturday plus service level. And then worked through last summer of 2020, to identify how much service we could restore. And we did that in late August. We restored service to roughly 85% of what our pre-COVID service levels were. And that there were many factors for why we didn't restore full service. Primarily just staffing levels. We had a lot of drivers with medical conditions who were detailed to other work assignments. We had a lot of people who were just out. We had some that just decided to retire. While others we needed to detail to cleaning buses because there was a greater need for that. So we generally just had fewer drivers available. And with the financial strains that exist, citywide, we did want to limit overtime. And so, all of that added up to only being able to restore about 85% of the service. I am hopeful at some point in the future, when COVID is a thing of the past, and some of our budget challenges are behind us, we can get back to fully staffed and go back to 100% of what we were before. But frankly, that just now isn't that time. We just cannot, we can't staff up fast enough. Even though the job market is better now and we can bring more people in the door, we are now limited in the number of people we can have in a training class, just because we can't put 15, 20 people in one classroom together to learn the materials and become drivers. And so it's continuing to be a challenge, and we're continuously struggling to keep our staffing levels at a sufficient level. But when we restored that service, we did commit to having a public hearing, which we had in October, in which we received feedback on the service that was restored. And that feedback overwhelmingly focused on two corridors. One, the Route 38, which was still suspended and is still suspended. And the other is in the Route 2 and or formerly Route 28 corridors on the north side of the Isthmus, and continuing over to the hospital. Both of those routes received a lot of feedback in the October public hearing, asking for them to be restored. And this body asked us to devise a plan that could look at restoring those. And so what we're presenting to you today is a plan, and it's not entirely revenue neutral, but it's close. It does add a bus in the peak, but it's roughly revenue neutral for us and driver neutral, or again, minimally adding to our driver count need. But it has trade-offs, and I don't want any of us to sugarcoat those trade-offs. They are real, but it would allow us to add the 38 back in some form, and enhance the service on the north side of the Isthmus out to the hospital area. So with that, I'll hand it off to Drew to talk about what those changes are proposed and the trade-offs that exist, and then Mick can talk about the written feedback we've received and kind of summarize that to date. And then I imagine we've got several folks that are on the call to submit their comment. So pass it to Drew.
Yeah. Bear with me here while I try to make this be a full screen. And whoops, hang on. Share screen. Okay, is anybody seeing this?
Yes.
Good, I'm glad to hear that. So I'm just going to go through these really fast, and I think the initial thought here is that we're kind of taking the hours of service from routes 27, which is a peak hour route that kind of serves the North Transfer Point, the East Wash, and then Capitol Square over to the hospital. And then taking the hours from that route to 27, and also Route 10, which runs both peaks and midday currently. Doesn't run at night, neither of them runs at night. And then use those service hours to, number one, increase the frequency of Route 2, which you're seeing here, hopefully. Increase that from half an hour during the day, during the day, and then increase that to every 15 minutes between, say 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on weekdays. And the idea there is to give more frequency than the two currently does in the Johnson Gorham neighborhoods and also along Fordham. Well, actually, it's going to split there, but on North German Avenue. The one issue with having a Route 2 every 15 minutes, it'll be arriving at the transfer points on its own. There won't be a pulse of other routes there at the same time, just because everything else is running on, the hour and a half hour. And here we'd be pulling these extra Route 2s trips in at 15 and 45. So people would be waiting, for the next route, next connection they want to make. Like I said, to get the hours, we kind of had to rob Route 10. That'll give us the buses to increase the Route 2 service and the route and bring back the 38. And we're obviously trying to make it service that's simpler and easier to use and more consistent throughout the day. The 10 was kind of it's a workhorse. It does a lot of stuff, but it also can be kind of confusing when you look at the map and the schedule. And Route 27, there's nothing confusing about that, I guess. That's a peak hour route. It uses 2 buses. We'd be taking those 2 buses and handing them over to Route 2 and 38 as well. Route 38 was suspended early on during the coronavirus reductions. And to kind of compensate, we brought back Route 10 to fill in sort of the isthmus area on both the north and south sides, Johnson Gorham side and the Williamson Jennifer side. The 38 would in place of the 10 would bring back the service on the Jennifer Street corridor and also during the peak we'd be restoring service. Quicker service from the Slum Road area, Turner Avenue, Dempsey Road, and then Atwood would be covered again, just like the old Route 38 was. This is the full length 38 that we used to operate. During the middle of the day, the route, the dotted line here would not run, and the bus would come as far east. The Route 38 would come as far east as Jennifer and Ingersoll. I don't know if you can see my little hand there. And so this route again would run approximately 6 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., kind of mirroring the span of the old Route 38. And it'll always do the same route. It'll go westbound, come out here to there's the University Row out here. And it'll turn around and come right back the same way. And so there's no vias or anything. That's just the way it goes. Here are some trade-offs or some of the effects that we would be seeing from this. Again, we're trying to address the complaints that we heard about eliminating the 28 and the 38. And then we're still trying to maintain a degree of capacity on the heavier used corridors. University Avenue, with going from Route 10 to the additional frequency on Route 2, as well as the Route 38 buses, it's going to increase service for the University Hospital. The downside of that is that people who used to be able to just ride inbound on Campus Drive or outbound, either way, they're going to see a little longer trip because each Route 38 is going to go up and around the Highland University Bay Loop to serve the hospital. On the North Isthmus, we've got 2 Route 10 buses per hour that are going to become Route 2 buses. The 10 had this nice feature of if you got on anywhere along the route, you didn't have to travel up to the square in order to get to the campus essentially the campus area. And so everybody now that was used to that Route 10 will be hopping on one of these Route 2s. Will have to go up all up to the Capitol Square and then down State Street in order to get to campus. It'll increase the length of their ride. The South Isthmus is kind of a similar story. Route 10 used to bypass the square by going around on John Nolan Drive to Broome and Bassett. The 38 and will be going up to the square, kind of hitting the south side of the square. It will increase travel times a little bit. Eakin Park, kind of in the East High area, currently have routes 5, 10, and 27 available. And both routes 10 and 27 obviously are going to be deleted. And so their direct service to the hospital will essentially be eliminated. Riders would instead have to would have to ride Route 5 or whatever, walk over to East Wash to catch a bus. They'll have to transfer on the square to get to the campus. North Transfer Point. This is the thing I was talking about where the bus is coming in every 15 minutes on Route 2, meaning that meaning that it's going to be coming in there by itself with no connections. The service along Fordham and Sherman will be increased, obviously. It'll be every half hour all day long until night. East Madison, we looked at that map earlier where the route was going all the way down south of Flom Road. So people will no longer in that neighborhood, the kind of the Eastmoreland area, won't have to transfer at the East Transfer Point. They'll be able to just get a direct route from that area all the way west to the hospital and beyond. It does add a bus, as Justin mentioned, just because Route 38, I told him it turns into a black hole for buses for us just because it is such a long route. So it will add one bus. And, like Justin said, I think that's something we can absorb pretty easily. I'm going to try to rotate this so it is more, unless everybody wants to crane their necks. There we go. This is kind of the impacts on the map. You can see we've got the restored service on the east side here with Route 38 running during the peaks. So this will come back, in other words, as it was kind of pre-COVID level. Again, Route 2 getting a boost in frequency is going to improve service or improve frequencies on Fordham Avenue and Sherman Avenue. And also with Route 2 west of Sheboygan Avenue, we'll see increased frequency to the between the West Transfer Point and Sheboygan Avenue. Some of the downfalls is this again, the Eakin Park neighborhood, North Street, and then down Winnebago Street and Willie Street is going to see a service reduction from the elimination of Route 10. And I think that's where most of the complaints that Mick's or the suggestions and complaints that Mick is going to be talking about have come from on this proposal. The direct service from the isthmus, the north side of the isthmus to the campus is gone. People will have to ride up to the square. And the one other thing, Route 27 served kind of this neighborhood area, West Wash, Regent, and Mill Street. They will no longer see that peak hour direct service to the UW campus. Oops, better turn it back. This is something we talked about at the October meeting as well. We're proposing to extend Route 81, which is a campus circulator that operates after 6:30 p.m. During full session. We want to move it one block east to Blair Street, take it off of Franklin, move it to Blair Street, which will allow us to put an accessible bus stop on Blair Street. Currently, we've got a bus stop on Franklin, but it cannot be made accessible without extensive landscaping work, and we think it'd be a lot easier just to turn it around on Blair Street as shown here. I may, if Mike is on, I may see if he would like to talk a little more about the West Washington service.
Sure. Yep, that would be fine if that's what you'd like.
Yeah, because the bike lane.
Yeah, so this is something that's kind of been on our radar for some time. It's related to BRT and other things.
There's some texty description there of what we're proposing to do, but the basics is West Washington is going to be resurfaced between Bedford and Broome Street. And so that gave us the opportunity to put in a bus lane, at least in one direction. And so we looked at a couple different cross sections. Right now, the cross section of West Wash is essentially one wide lane in each direction. And so if we make that one normal sized lane, that lets us put in either buffered bike lanes or bus lanes. And so the goals are kind of stated in that middle paragraph, but there's kind of three things that we'd like to do. One is create capacity on State Street so that we can have room for BRT service and move some of that bus traffic off of State Street. We've known for a long time that we can't just add BRT service to State Street without BRT buses getting tripped up. And so West Wash was always kind of seen as sort of the route where some of those other routes would go. Another goal would be to kind of carve out a detour route for us when State Street is not available to Metro. And so the West Wash Broome Bassett corridor. And then the third goal is to reduce some of the bus congestion and noise impacts on State Street to help the businesses on State Street recover from the pandemic and, kind of not have the impacts, particularly in the afternoon peak period when we had over 30 buses an hour before the pandemic. And sometimes those buses would sort of wait for each other. So the proposed cross section is shown there, and I think we're probably going to talk about this with the other agenda item. I think number 5, but anyway, that's the basics. And then Drew, if you go to the next page, so this is what the outcome is. So we would keep all of the core bus service, the core bus routes that connect the transfer points on State Street. So that would be the 2, the 7. Or if the 7 were converted to the 3, it would be the 3. But right now it's the 2 is the 7, the 4 and the 6. And then all of the, what I call regional and commuter routes, the 8, 12, 15, 70, and 72, those routes would be diverted to the West Wash and Broome Bassett corridor. We see this as kind of a win-win because, of the regional and commuter routes, by nature, it's less likely that those people are going to State Street, and so they, don't really need to access those destinations as much. It's more likely that they're going to either the Capitol Square or University Avenue, but it also accomplishes those other goals and lets us take use of the transit of the bus lanes on West Wash. So those red arrows are kind of describe the bus lanes that we're proposing. So it'd be one direction eastbound between Bedford and Broome, and then westbound between Henry and Broome. And that works pretty well for the flow of buses because westbound, if we're turning right on Broome, we don't really need it past Broome. And eastbound after Broome, we're transitioning to the square. So we're sort of moving left as general purpose traffic is more moving right to go around the loop. So it works schematically pretty good, I think, from our perspective. Now, the other oddball thing that we threw in here is Route 12. Route 12 does not go only to the square, but it keeps going down John Nolan Drive to the Dutch Mill Park and Ride. It's kind of the core commuter bus from the Dutch Mill Park and Ride into the campus. And so rather than sending that up West Washington, we're just keeping it on the Broome Bassett corridor, which will parallel kind of its sister route, Route 11, with one exception that it will go up and do the loop around up Main Street, MLK and Wilson there shown. And it'll do that in both the morning and the afternoon to pick up and drop off riders who are going to government buildings and other destinations around the square. Like I said, we've been thinking about this for quite a while. So those other routes that are shown there, the 14, 29, 37, et cetera, those are all currently suspended because of the pandemic. However, the implication is that if those routes were to come back before the transit network redesign, those would likely be following this Broome-Bassett West Wash route as well. Now, one other factor in here is the transit network redesign. And so we don't know, where that process will put any of these routes. But we do think that having this West Washington as a key connector between the campus and the square for routes that particularly aren't BRT. And we feel that West Wash will likely continue to be a major transit route. So we feel like it'll be a good investment regardless of the outcome of that plan. That's all I've got. Back to you, Drew. You're muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Drew. There you go.
Sorry about that. In full screen, it's kind of hard to find the mute button. So thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. He's very good at summarizing things quickly. The one other change that we're talking about here is actually a schedule change. Currently, there's a disconnect between the last trip of Route 26 coming from the kind of the American Center area and the hospital out there into Easttown. It does not currently meet Route 6. So what we're proposing to do is hold the last Route 6 trip for an additional 5 minutes, which will allow the Route 26 to come sailing in and give people the opportunity to transfer to Route 6 towards the square. And what we'd like to do is have that last trip on Route 6 go up to the Portage and Hayes loop, which has the benefit of potentially transporting people who work out or live out in the Portage and Hayes loop and getting them home directly from any jobs or whatever they're doing out at the American Center area. There will be one missed transfer created by this. By the time that Route 6 gets down to the square, Route 5 will already be gone, going towards the south transfer point. Whether we do the Portage and Hayes loop or not, we would be missing that by adding the 5, delaying the departure of Route 6 by 5 minutes at Easttown to meet up with that 26. And here's the proposed schedule down here. And I believe that is the end of this document. Yes, it is. So in case anybody's got questions. Ran through that fast, so it made sense.
Yeah, with that, we can pass it to Mick to talk about what we've received so far.
And we got a lot of feedback, didn't we, Mick?
We did. We got a lot over the weekend. We did a couple things differently this time around. We sent and the Badger Herald sends out an email newsletter to all of its students. So it's about 40,000 students that get this email. So we were in there twice. One was on Friday. We got a lot of feedback, I think, after those emails went out, and UW Transportation was helping us get the word out too. So we got a lot of late feedback that came in since we sent you the initial items for your packet last week. And Drew, correct me if I'm stating any of these incorrectly, but what jumped out at me from the feedback that we got is, well, there's a lot of support for the Route 38. That was 21 pro people that wanted that. They agreed with that. What I saw though is on the Route 10, there was a lot of concern that people were going to, if we cut the Route 10, that people were going to crowd on the Route 2 and that there's already crowding on the Route 2. So there was concern about that. There was also concern about the neighborhoods Drew was talking about. Eakin Park jumped out several times. We also, there was longer walks to neighborhoods. And there was also talk about the extra Route 2 routes, how that would be great, but that once they got out to the transfer points, there weren't any additional neighborhood routes to take people further on in their trip. So they were concerned about those extra Route 2s just ending at transfer points. And then going to the West Washington, there's just a couple of comments on there that said they were concerned we were doing this during COVID and that this is a change that would affect a lot of people. And we weren't able to get the word out in enough time and tell people that aren't riding the bus now, but might be riding the bus in the future. And then there was also a lot of different requests for routes that we're not running right now. We're not running. People were requested for the routes, the 14, 15, 19, 56, and 57 all to return. So, and then there was also one Route 27 concern, and I'm not quite sure if this is accurate or not, but they were concerned about it affecting service to the River Food Pantry. And that's pretty much, that seemed to be the highlights to me as I read it. But in your packet, what we sent around today is all the feedback that we received, both from the call center and emails to us. And that's all I got.
Okay, do we have any public comments here, Patrick?
Registrants?
Yes.
Yes, we do. We have a Meredith Lowe opposes and wishes to speak.
Meredith, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Awesome. I have a little file to read. Okay. So hi, my name's Meredith, and I am here particularly to oppose the suspension of Route 10. I lived in the Emerson East neighborhood since 2010 near the intersection of Horde and 7th Street, which is about a block from Eakin Park. I work on the UW-Madison campus, as do many of my neighbors. I am a frequent bus commuter and rely on the bus to commute to work on campus several times per week. Although during the pandemic, the campus is closed and I've been working from home along with most UW staff, but I plan to resume commuting by bus when campus reopens for regular work. I was dismayed to see that Route 10, which is one of the few direct routes to campus from my home, is being considered for elimination. The city website announcement about this plan uses the language suspension when it comes to the several routes in this proposal, routes 10 and 27, but it's my understanding that elimination is more appropriate of a term to use, as these routes will not be coming back into service under this plan. I've spoken to many neighbors who have assumed that these routes were being suspended for the duration of the pandemic, not that they were going away entirely. Under this plan, there are no routes that run down East Johnson Street, east of First Street, that run directly to campus. As Drew explained, all of the options will require either a direct transfer or be less direct or longer routes. This change will significantly impact the length and convenience of my commute and that of many of my neighbors. I have also been concerned that the outreach about this change hasn't been reaching people in my neighborhood. Any outreaches that may be being done on the bus, for example, is not getting to any people who are not commuting during the pandemic. And in conclusion, I would like to oppose the suspension of Route 10, but thank you to the Transportation Commission and Madison Metro staff for all of your work and attention to this issue and for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thanks.
Are there any questions for Meredith? Okay, seeing none. The next registrant, Patrick.
Alexander Swenson opposes, wishes to speak.
Alexander, go ahead.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for giving me the chance to speak. My name is Alex Swenson. I live in Eakin Park on the corner of North Street and 4th Street. I actually work in Janesville, Wisconsin, but my partner commutes to UW-Madison for school and work. Obviously not during the pandemic, but when the pandemic is over, she will return to campus. And like the last commenter just expressed, the 27 and the 10 are some of the few direct routes to campus from our neighborhood. I know I am the treasurer of the Eakin Park Neighborhood Association, and I've heard from residents of our neighborhood that there are also others who rely on this route to head west towards campus for work. So I, again, appreciate the work of all of the Metro Service staff. I recognize that you're in a tight spot given the pandemic and budget constraints, but I'd like you to reconsider the closure of these routes. It's going to really hurt my neighborhood and my partner specifically. That's all. So thank you for giving me the chance to speak.
Any questions for Alex? Okay, seeing none. Who do we have next, Patrick?
Maggie Free Spirit opposes, wishes to speak.
Hi, thanks for letting me talk. I'm opposed to eliminating routes 10 and 27. I also live in the Eakin Park neighborhood, and I just want to point out that on the map that Drew showed of Eakin Park is actually far north of where it was shown on the map as the routes being eliminated. Eakin Park starts north of East Wash, and where I am is actually north of Commercial Avenue. I don't have a whole lot to say except that I oppose 10 and 27 being eliminated. For me to walk to East Washington Avenue is literally a mile walk. To walk across to Sherman Avenue to catch the majority of the other routes is well over half a mile. And I personally know of 2 neighbors within a block of me who cannot drive and don't have cars for whatever reason, who do go to UW campus for work. They rely on the bus for work. They have essential jobs where they have to show up in person. And if you look at the Eakin Park neighborhood, which is south of Aberg, east of Packers, and north of East Wash, all of that is Eakin Park that you're cutting off. You're cutting us all off of the bus routes for commuters if you get rid of 10 and 27. Thank you.
Any questions for Maggie? Okay, Patrick, who do we have next?
Michael Goodman supports, wishes to speak.
Michael is not in the attendee list, but the next person is.
Okay, so that would be Tiffany Kenny, neither supports nor opposes, but wishes to speak.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Tiffany Kenny. I serve as the Executive Director for Madison's Central Business Improvement District, also known as the BID. The BID includes the greater State Street, King Street, and Capitol Square areas. And the board of Madison Central BID includes retail and restaurant business owners, property owners, and other downtown stakeholders. The BID board met last Thursday on the 4th, and we were not able to take this any of these proposals or this topic up at that time due to noticing reasons. We do plan to officially notice a conversation about taking, quotation marks, taking buses off State Street at our March 4th board meeting so that we'll be able to hear from our stakeholders and constituents. However, our constituents and partner organizations are increasingly supportive of exploring this idea, and we're encouraging a more pedestrian-friendly environment. We recognize that this is going to be an ongoing discussion, and we want to participate in that conversation. In early 2020, Madison Central BID issued statements in support of BRT, and we continue to support the need for a bus rapid transit system in Madison, Wisconsin. We all need a successful BRT. And in general, we support the proposed service changes presented tonight that remove some of those routes from State Street. We appreciate the steps you are taking to minimize the bus negative impacts on diners, shoppers, and visitors to our downtown. We also recognize the value of the buses. And so in specific, right now, we believe is the time to look at this topic about taking buses off of State Street. 2020 has taught us a lot of things. We've already looked at things, we've adapted, we've modified. And so we think there's an opportunity now, while we're all being innovative and adapting to this time, to look at this topic anew. We do know there are 3 areas that need to be evaluated: accessibility, safety, and economic impact. But we need people to be able to get downtown and through the center city. We want safe and accessible bus stops, and we need safe locations to transfer. So we're just asking at this time to join in the robust conversation about the future economic viability of State Street We believe the pedestrian experience plays a big role, and we believe that getting people downtown is vital to the success of the rebirth, reimagining, the putting back together of downtown State Street and the Capitol Square. So I appreciate your time tonight, and I look forward to the opportunity to bring together some of our stakeholders to have this conversation with you as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Anybody have any questions for her? Okay, Patrick, who do we have next?
Margaret Bergamini, neither supports nor opposes, wishes to speak.
Hey, Margaret, welcome.
Thank you. Yes, first, I very much appreciate the work of the commission and Metro staff on these changes and on all the changes that the last 11 months have thrown at us. I wanted to be here this evening to ask a very specific question about the East Gorham corridor. You show, and I don't have the map in front of me right now, but there are two stops that are listed for elimination. I think it's Carroll Street and Henry, but I could be wrong on those. In any event, it's understandable that those stops wouldn't be served during the day since you're taking the 10, substituting the 2 for the 10, and the 2 doesn't serve those stops. However, those are stops for the Route 81. So I wasn't clear if your intention was to completely close those stops or simply you were pointing out that they would not have daytime service. So that's my question for staff and all my comments.
Thanks, Margaret. Drew, do you want to handle that, or who wants to handle it? Tim?
What? See, Tim is jumping in, so that's good.
I see him raising his hand.
Good evening, everybody. Margaret is correct that Route 81 would continue to serve East Johnson Street from Wisconsin Avenue east to North Hamilton and as proposed to Blair Street, and would also serve East and West Gorham Streets from the North Hamilton intersection through Wisconsin Avenue down to State Street. The intent of the maps in the presentation was to identify that the existing service between 6 a.m. and approximately 6 p.m. operated by routes 10 and 27 would be eliminated under the proposal. And so any students or other riders trying to get to that North Capitol area between State Street and North Hamilton would no longer be able to use those bus stops to get between coming from the Isthmus or coming from the campus direction, if that makes sense.
But the 81 would still serve those stops.
The 81 would continue to serve those stops, but the 81 was not part of those maps. This was talking about the proposed changes for the elimination of the 10 and the 27 before 6 p.m.
Okay. Did that answer your question, Margaret? Joe, can you?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks for your comments. Patrick, do we have any other comments or registrants?
We have a Chris Heaton that opposes, doesn't wish to speak, but is available to answer questions. And Joe,
It's actually not in the attendee list. So,
okay. Then the last two that we have are a Colin Rowland, who supports, does not wish to speak, and an Allie Miller opposes and does not wish to speak. And that's all.
Okay. Okay. And Joe, you don't have any last minute ones?
Oh, Mick's got something.
Okay. Oh, right. Oh, thank you for reminding me, Mick. We promised to read one from someone who was not able to get in here to register to speak.
Correct. This is for Michael Zemet. I apologize, Michael, if I didn't pronounce that correctly. But Michael works at the DMV in Excelsior Drive, and he wants the Route 68 to be restored. He now uses the Route 73 and has to cross Excelsior to Fourier to get his ride back and forth to work. And his email to me is, he said the situation is extremely dangerous. The last 2 times that I crossed the street at the end of the day to catch the Route 73 bus, I was almost hit by a car as I crossed Excelsior to get to Fourier. The cars come at me from 3 directions and they don't want to stop or even to slow down to see if there are any pedestrians. Indeed, they speed up as they come at me. The car that almost hit me last night only slowed down to avoid hitting me when I screamed. I see that your new advertising slogan is connecting people to jobs, yet Metro treats my concerns as a nuisance when I'm only trying to get connected to my job as I don't count or I don't matter. Never mind, this is the only business in this area that serves all the public, many of whom also need to connect here by bus. And yet we only have service on weekends and holidays when we're closed. Why can't we have service on weekdays when we're open? I contacted the mayor's office because the city website claimed that she campaigned for better mass transit. Well, we can't have better mass transit when the bus stop won't stop at the DMV when it is open. It is worse, far worse. With all these slogans and promises, why can't we restore our service? You can still have your 73, just alternate it with the 68, or just have the 68 or bring back the 15. Just something that you did before when the service was good. I'd like the 68 because I didn't have to cross the street. Please correct this mistake.
Thanks for reminding us that we had that, Mick.
No problem.
And there are no last minute registrants.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we heard a lot of feedback, comments or questions from the group, things that you might want to see. I know Mick included all of the a handout that showed all of the outreach that had been done. There were some comments that were discussed about that. Grant, go ahead.
Thanks. One, just I guess clarification. The proposed changes to routes 2, 10, 27, 38 are one combo package deal, correct? There's no pick and choose your own adventure with that.
To some extent, yes. The suspension of 10 and 27 is how we free up the budget and the drivers to install the 38 and to expand the service of the 2. And to be clear, the 10 between the 10 and the 27, the 10 is much larger. So the 27 is less impactful.
Less impactful as in?
I believe the 6 requires, or the 10 requires 6 buses and the 27 requires 2. Is that right? Yes.
Okay. And then I guess one other question, we heard from a few folks from Eaton Park that would be impacted with the proposal. Could someone describe what service would be remaining for riders in that neighborhood with this proposal?
Yeah, I can start and pass it off to anybody else if they want to add anything. But essentially, the routes. Sorry, let me pull it up to make sure I'm. So routes 4 and 5 would continue to serve the area. And really, we're saying Eakin Park, but it's really both Eakin Park and Emerson East. I think the questions are coming from both. But so 4 and 5 would continue to serve the neighborhood. I think based on what I've seen from the comments, I think one of the biggest concern there is obviously it's a reduction in service, but also the 4 and 5 don't go to campus, or they don't go all the way through the campus to the hospital area. They both turn south and go down Park Street to the south. And so I think it's both the loss of service, the reduction in service, as well as the fact that those routes no longer go west of Park Street. Anything else that you guys would want to add?
Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I could just briefly add that the biggest impact I'm seeing is kind of East Johnson Street from the Fordham Avenue intersection, where Route 2 does come south from the North Transfer Point. So that East Johnson from Fordham east through First Street, past East High School to North Street, and then kind of North Street down to East Washington is where Route 5 is the core service that operates all day long, 7 days a week. That is also where the 10 and the 27 on weekdays provide peak hour and midday service from East Johnson and north down East Johnson to the campus area. And so again, the trade-off in service would be riders using those stops along East Johnson, east of Fordham, would only have the opportunity to directly use Route 5, which goes from the Capitol Square down West Washington to Park Street. If they wanted to walk east towards the Route 4 or north towards the Route 4, that would get them to the University and Mills intersection before that bus heads south on Mills. If they walk down to East Washington to catch the Route 6 bus there or the Route 15 bus there, the 6 goes south on Park Street. The 15 actually stays on University to Campus Drive out towards the hospital area, but not directly to the hospital. So again, it's kind of taking those one-seat rides that exist on weekdays and converting them into either additional walking distance or trips that require a transfer on the Capitol Square.
And if I could add one more thing, not specifically to this, but it occurred to me that I didn't broach this subject. We're trying to focus on changes that we could make relatively quickly. And so we're trying to stick with existing route patterns and so that we wouldn't have to change bus stop signs and bus stop zones everywhere. These are things that we could relatively quickly implement. There may be solutions beyond this that require reroutes of different things, but and it may make sense to pursue those if this body would like us to. But I'd just like to emphasize that if we start creating new routings of routes, it does extend out the lead time for how quickly we could implement, just because of the bus stop sign changes and some of our data in our electronic systems that would have to be updated.
And Justin, can you carry that thought through to the network redesign study, which is going on, and the timing with regard to that, because you're going to be looking at everything in conjunction with that, correct?
Yeah, so we'll be looking, and Mike can talk more to this if there's specific questions, but the network redesign study is getting started now, and there's actually a public meeting, I believe, on March 3rd. Is that correct, Mike?
Yeah, March 3rd at 6 p.m. We have information on our website. Encourage anybody who's interested to attend.
But yeah, that's where we really hope to focus in on the network and optimizing it for the city, and that hopefully would be implementing that in 2022 and 2023.
So then, just to kind of summarize for Eakin Park, remaining would be all day service on the 5, at least as far as East Johnson and North Street, as well as all day service on the 4 that gets up into the heart of that Commercial Avenue area and kind of covers the area covered by 27. So it's so some impact on just sort of overall frequency, but primarily a question of directness and need to transfer, not depending on your destination.
Tim, did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, the only other thing from a planning perspective that we've been kind of looking at is just the aspect of bus capacity and ridership coming out of the North Transfer Point. As the things stand right now, on the pulses at 0 and 30 past the hour, buses coming from the north side, the routes 21 and 22, 20 from East Town, the 17 from the Commercial Avenue area. Those 4 buses arrive into the North Transfer Point, and they meet a 2 bus, a 4 bus, and a 27 bus, generally heading towards the downtown area. The proposed changes is going to only have those 4 inbound buses at 0 and 30 meeting a 2 bus and a 4 bus. The 27 would no longer be there. There'd be another 2 15 minutes later. But again, from a planning perspective and a ridership perspective, I guess that would be the thing we've been talking about in our planning, is just having 4 incoming buses transferring riders to only 2 vehicles as opposed to the current 3 vehicles, and the impacts that may have for the ability for people to board the routes 2 and route 4 as they head through the isthmus if they've got more passengers on them, because the 27 didn't absorb that load anymore. So there's a little bit of trade-offs in that sense as far as the capacity to carry passengers from the North Transport Point into the isthmus.
Yeah. Mike, did you have another comment with regard to that? I don't want to jump ahead, but if it's a relevant point, go ahead, Mike.
Just real quick, it seems like the comments seem to be about travel times. And so I'd just like to point out that Route 4 is quite circuitous and slow. It goes down to the south, it goes down Jennifer Street, and then it travels the length of State Street. So I just wanted to point that out. It's not just the transfer, but it's also the travel time. The 10 and the 27 were quite fast and direct compared to either the 5 with a transfer or the 4, which would go all the way to at least Mill Street.
Okay,
Thanks.
yeah, that directly answers your point, Grant. So other comments, Grant?
Well, yeah, I had one other question, and maybe it looks like other folks have their hands up, so I'll save the comment for after that. But just kind of then looking at the sort of the flip side related to the 38, I guess could somebody just sort of summarize? Obviously there's some improvements in access kind of through the isthmus area, but I guess especially focusing on the peak hour service that goes further east. Could somebody speak to kind of current conditions with the current system? What level of access folks have without the proposal, particularly in the sort of like the Eastmoreland and Lake Edge neighborhoods?
Yeah, I can start in, and if I miss something, or Michael, correct me. What's happening now is you've got the Route 16 out there on Turner Avenue, Davies and Dempsey. Or I'm sorry, no, they don't do that. They go down Buckeye to Monona Drive, and that's kind of your route. The 31 overlays that as well, Flom Road to Monona Drive. But you're in either case, you're having to go to the East Transfer Point and transfer something else that's coming into town. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a little bit of a leading question, but I think it's important. So that you're right, that's sort of only service to the transfer point. So that's sort of by definition a transfer to get downtown campus anywhere else. But beyond, like outside of say the walk shed of that, quarter mile or even a half mile, I mean, sort of the eastern half of, I think both of those neighborhoods, there's technically the 39, but that's only really a one-way service, right? That just kind of goes, you'd have to be on that quite a while to get back to the transfer point, correct?
Yeah, you'd ride through the loop.
So for large portions of that area, there's actually, essentially no transit service within a normal walking distance with the 38 out of service right now, correct?
I'd say that's fair.
Yeah, Grant or Alder Foster, I guess. Yeah, it is correct. Route 39 is if I call it a counterclockwise loop. And so from the transfer point, it'd be a short ride home, but a long ride into the transfer point. That neighborhood did come up a little bit when we were creating a route. I mean, Justin had talked about we're not necessarily wanting to create brand new routes, but with the library that's at the corner of Cottage Grove and Dempsey, and trying to get the service east of the interstate out to the affordable housing on Milwaukee Street east of the interstate, we created kind of a new version of the Route 33. And we had talked about whether that could be oriented and aligned to better serve the Dempsey Road corridor. That prohibition of a northbound left turn from Dempsey on Milwaukee Street to get to the transfer point has always been a complication for a route design for that neighborhood, because you can head south on Dempsey from Milwaukee, but you can't head north on Dempsey and get left to that transfer point. But otherwise, the Route 16 since August of last year has been operating every 30 minutes from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., which is a service increase. It used to be hourly in the middle of the day. And so in that kind of Walter Street, Atwood Avenue area right now, the 16 is every 30 minutes. The 31 is once an hour. the proposal would add the 38 every 30 minutes as well. So you're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 buses an hour going through that Walter Atwood area as proposed. I mean, that's going to be a great service improvement for that Olbrich neighborhood where all those routes overline. I mean, some are going to go to the transfer station, others are going the other direction, but just that volume of buses is really doesn't really happen typically outside of our transfer points where you'd have that level of service.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Ken, you're next.
I think we're off agenda. I think we have a public hearing, and this sounds
No,
much more like.
We have the right to talk about my impression is these are the proposed service changes and it's our agenda item. And I think the people on the commission have the right to ask questions so that staff knows what questions we have with regard to these proposals. So when they come back with the,
Okay.
yeah, when they come back with what they want to approve, they, have heard from us as well.
Okay.
So did you have comments or questions about?
No, it just seemed like we were doing more of the discussion before vote, but.
Yeah, no, we're not going to vote. We're just giving them questions and things that they might be able to answer before they come back to us for approval. Go ahead.
Thanks. A question probably for Justin. I think a lot of the comment seems to be concerns about from folks who are currently working remotely and concerned about what happens when they start commuting again. So for their sake and ours, could you just speak a little bit to how you imagine that could play out for folks to the best that you can?
Yeah, I mean, it's highly speculative at this point, but, we certainly, as the pandemic starts to become something that's in our rearview mirror, some of our staffing challenges will certainly get better. And so I would anticipate that we'll have more capacity to provide service. But my worry is that will be so close to the implementation of our network redesign that it may not make sense to restore a route for 6 months and then completely change it again when we implement a network redesign. At this point, we don't know what that network redesign looks like. It could be fairly minimal. It could be very dramatic in terms of the scope of change. It's hard to know for sure. But I do anticipate there will be quite a bit of change. And so, my suggestion, generally is that, we try not to implement a service change, a major service change to, restore a route or remove a route, only to just completely shake up the system again, a short time later. So I'm not sure that really answers your question, other than to just explain some of the challenges that might exist in the future.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. Thanks. That's all.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Nazar, you're next.
Similar question with Chris. A lot of the callers had a concern about Route 10 being eliminated. And, you just alluded to the network elimination, the network implementation. We don't know the outcome. So how do you foresee this will have an impact on those who use the transportation system as their major way of going to work? So if this is a big impact or service changes in going to impact their transportation system, are there any other alternative for future route changes?
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as other alternatives, I'm sure there are others that we could devise that did require adjustments to the routes. That again, it may take us longer to actually implement just because of the work involved in moving a route to new bus stops and things. And if that's something that you'd all like us to pursue, I think that's something we can look at, just with the understanding that it will take longer to implement. As far as going forward, I think there are some specific challenges and trade-offs that are illustrated by this question and this feedback that will be very important to talk about through the network redesign project. Namely, the trade-off between frequency and direct travel. Several of the questions and comments are around that the Route 10 is a faster trip for them, and that doubling the frequency of the Route 2 means that they don't have that fast direct trip anymore. And so I think that'll be a main question out of the network redesign as to how we do we value frequency, or do we value in terms of the number, how often the buses come, versus do we value direct trips. I think in the past, our system is built around a lot more direct trips. We have a lot of different routes that overlap and duplicate each other, that are traveling often at the same time, but that are doing slightly different things. Like one route, like a 28, that bypasses the square to get to campus faster than the Route 2, which goes to the square to provide more transfer opportunities at the square, but maybe takes a bit longer to get to campus. And so I think those are going to be very important discussions. I don't know that necessarily one is right or one is wrong, but I think it's something that we'll want to be very deliberate about in the network redesign, because many cities are going more to a model where rather than trying to discourage transfers and make transfers go away, rather instead make routes more frequent so that transfers are easy, and you don't have to wait on a corner for a long time.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, my other question is, has there been any survey done through the residency, where, when you're implementing this network redesign? So according to like the faster or the frequency.
Can I just hop in here, Justin, and say, are you not going to, at our March 24th joint TC and TPPB meeting, cover the network redesign and give us a thorough update with regard to that?
I believe that's true. Mike, can you confirm?
I mean,
I'm
that's
sorry, what was the question?
it's one of the potential agenda topics, so it may be something that might be too much and it might be too large of a question to cover this evening, and I'm hoping that that's an item that we'll have on the joint meeting agenda for March 24th to talk about where we are with the network redesign study.
Okay.
Mike and Justin, I assume that would work.
Yes, there is an agenda item in the future. I can't remember when it is exactly.
Yeah, March 24th is our date at this point.
Okay.
So does that work, Nazra? Then we can have a more in-depth discussion about it at that point.
Sure. Yeah,
Sure, but
that's
it addresses a lot of the comments that we heard this evening. So
Okay, thank you.
sure. Harold, you're next. No, I'm sorry, Denise is next, then Harold.
Yeah, thanks so much to Metro. I know that you're working with some really tough circumstances and have to make really difficult decisions. So I want to acknowledge that. And, I think my question, I know, is also embedded with a bias and statement. So I'll own that as well. Service reduction always makes me really nervous. The folks who can vocalize it are usually the folks who have some sort of privilege, so some of the folks we heard comment from tonight, are folks who are employed, who work at UW, those kinds of things. I'm very concerned, and also knowing a little bit about this neighborhood, about folks who are non-drivers, folks for whom walking several blocks may be a significant barrier. And so I know when we look at network redesign, those kinds of demographics for those neighborhoods, I'm hopeful will be part of the conversation. Just curious, I think, for now about I don't even know quite what my question is. I think it's just more deep concern about access issues for, any folks who live in that neighborhood who are marginalized and who might see some of the increases to the Route 38, which are fantastic, as kind of an inequitable distribution of resources. So I'm just, I think I'm just kind of asking, how does that equity lens factor into these sorts of really tough decisions?
Justin, I'm going to throw that to you.
Yeah, so just so you're aware, we will be doing, if it's still the will of this body for us to present a change to you, we would do a detailed equity analysis on that, along with our presentation for an actual adoption at a future board meeting.
That would be great, Justin. I'd really appreciate that. And then if I can, also the Route 68 issue that, someone sent public comment in, and we can do an offline conversation about this, about, kind of the issues related to that on a state level. We advocated really hard to have WSDOT not put DMV way out there where it's not accessible for the non-driver. So anything that we can do that creates increased ease for the non-driver to access, because DMV is required, access for anybody to have a ID for voting. There's so many things you need an ID for. And if you can't drive to get to that location, you spend an inordinate amount of time on the bus. And then if you need to cross a dangerous street, that's terrifying. So just looking at that issue, with that same kind of equity lens.
Okay, thank you, Denise. Harold?
Thank you. Yeah, and first, thanks to Metro staff for all the work, which is, it's tough. We read those comments of people who are affected by these cuts, and it's never pretty if you reduce the access. And as Jared Walker says, the freedom that people have to travel by being able to get on a bus when they want to get on the bus and where to go. So I have two questions. One of them, Justin, you said the two limiting factors that require us to make these tough decisions are having enough operators to run buses and budgetary constraints. And so I would like to get a little bit of better sense of what role each of these play, because, I'm quite hopeful that with the most recent federal funding stimulus bill, it sounds like there is a good chunk of money in there for transit, like where agencies would basically get 132% of their 2018 operating budget, which is a good amount of money that should, I think, allow us to be a little bit less concerned about these budgetary constraints. I understand that the operator, like not having enough people to drive your buses, that might be tougher to deal with. On the other hand, when you think about, peak service is the service that's most difficult to maintain. It's the most expensive one. Whereas some of these changes that you are implementing, which I really appreciate, like having consistent all-day service and not like, the bus comes every 15 minutes during peak hours, but then it only comes every hour in off-peak hours. So thinking creatively of what are the limitations that we have and how can we, within those parameters, still provide the best service that we can, and also having maybe for the people, who testify here have an idea yes, is it an elimination that's never going to come back, or is it something that, you have to deal with for the next half year, maybe until the redesign study comes, but at least having this positive outlook. And then the other question, which is maybe more for Yang, the other way to make service fast, a lot of the comments that we heard are about, okay, this is going to take me longer because now the route is less direct, or I have to go around the square where I have to deal with 5 traffic signals before I can make it around the square. None of them are coordinated. And early on in the pandemic, we had this discussion about are there opportunities for speeding up buses by creating the bus lane on East Johnson, for example, which I'm not I'm not sure if that actually ever happened. So I think that's another thing that really, as a commission and as a city, we need to think about, like, what is it that we can do to create bus lanes, to create traffic signal priority, which then speeds up buses, which frees up resources to run more of them. And so I think that's something that needs to be on our radar. Thank you.
Yeah, so I can take the first one. The federal money is going to be a huge relief for us, and it already is to some extent on the budget front. But the operator will still remain the operator issue. So just to give you, and forgive me, since I wasn't here, I don't know how much of this was communicated to all of you, but even before the pandemic, we were almost 10% understaffed of our bus operators. And what that meant is people were running tons of overtime. People were just burning the candle at both ends. We sometimes couldn't get service out at all, and we had to, have just our supervisors out there driving buses just to get them out on the street. That stressed a lot of people out. People were stretched very, very thin, and then we go into a pandemic. And so that was one thing that was really important to me is to take some of the pressure off of the stress that's involved in that. And I don't think, frankly, I don't think it's good to have drivers running 60 hours a week, even in normal times. And it's especially not good right now. And so that's my bigger concern. Certainly once the financial burden is lifted with some of the federal funds, our overtime restrictions maybe aren't quite as severe then in terms of dollars, but still in terms of people's morale and ability to work through the stress of a pandemic, we would want to limit the overtime. And as I mentioned earlier, the only way to combat that is to hire more people and get them trained. And we're working as hard as we can to do that. But our attrition rate is up, and we can't get as many people in a classroom, and we don't have enough trainers to train to do multiple classrooms at once. And so we're attacking all of those angles at once. But ultimately, we're taking one step forward, one step back. For every we get more people in the door in training, but then we get more people that retire. So we're keeping our head above water, but we're not quite swimming out of it yet. And I hope to get there soon, but we're just not there yet.
Hey, Yang, did you have any other comments?
Yeah, I just want to say that Harold is definitely correct that how to make the buses running through the system, especially those critical intersections faster, is an important piece of making a transit system more attractive for users. We actually have regular have monthly coordination meetings with Metro, kind of going through some critical locations, figuring out ways how can we help. As Howard mentioned, we a couple of things we talk about the under this COVID scenario is introduce more bus only lanes in the city. We talk about the East Washington and Johnson Street initially. So due to some other new reasons, that's kind of on hold now. But we'll hope to maybe move forward on some of those soon. But we are making progress on other smaller things, and I think here and there we're trying to be helpful. Another thing that we can do is also the transit signal priority at the intersections, such as a queue jumper that we did on East Washington Avenue. Also, a regular signal priority. We definitely have a plan to do that for the BRT, but hopefully even explore some of that even before that. We have it's called a connected vehicle, kind of smart corridor
on Park Street, and we are getting very close. Testing some of the new technology for TSP. We got some assistance from National Pole Fan study, and we're looking to kind of maybe develop a new technology to do that. So that's we're trying to make progress on that. So still a lot of things in the works.
Well,
Thank
we
you very much.
we appreciate that very much. Grant, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to share a couple quick thoughts and had one ask. One, just taking the cue from Denise. So I'm Alder for District 15, which, the proposal to reinstate the 38, it really runs through two neighborhoods in District 15. So I certainly have a bias on this one. I just want to put that out there for everybody. Part of that also has meant that I've heard from a lot of people about how important that service is to them. A lot more people than wrote in tonight. So I certainly have that background. I pointed this out a little bit through my questions, but I just really want to make it clear because I think it's going to be a really important consideration for us when we do make a recommendation. And also it is, I think, very much previewing this broader question that's going to be in front of us as a city with the network redesign, this trade-off between sort of frequency of service and reach. And on this one, while I certainly hear the concerns and I'm really sensitive to them from the neighbors in the Eakin Park neighborhood about a little bit longer of a ride or the potential need for a transfer, the loss of the 38 has literally meant no transit access for a lot of people that did depend on it in these two neighborhoods. There are a lot of people that have historically relied on the 38 to get to their jobs, either downtown or on campus, and they don't have another option. It's not that it's just simply more convenient. It would be a 15 or 20 minute walk to get to a bus station, a bus stop that then would take them to the transfer point, absolutely require a transfer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think when we're evaluating these things, it'll be important. And I don't know if Metro staff could even help with kind of a matrix to just kind of help tease out, the kind of the level of impact that we're talking about. All that being said, I mean, clearly there were a lot of concerns about the loss of access in the Eakin Park neighborhood. And maybe I was just hearing what I wanted to hear, Justin, but I almost heard that maybe with the 27, that would only take 2 buses. And so I guess my ask, kind of following up on Harold's questions, obviously this is all fluid and you're balancing all of these things, but as you're kind of going back, if there were an option where kind of doing these changes, but if we were able to keep that 27 in, maybe it stresses things a little bit more, but if you think it's within bounds, that seems like it might kind of address a lot of those concerns that were raised, be able to accomplish, I think, some of the other goals that are really important here. And I would certainly just broadly be very much in support of incrementally increasing our service levels. I think it's, a lot of folks that depend on transit have, it's been a big hit, and obviously we're doing the best we can, but if there's any way that we could throw that back into the mix, I would certainly be supportive of considering it.
Justin, you want to go first? I see Tim's hand up, but do you want to go first, Justin?
Yeah, it's certainly something we can look at.
Okay. Tim, did you have a quick comment?
Yeah, I think it's just back on those slides. I mean, what we were proposing at this point is requiring 12 additional new service hours to provide the service that we are proposing. And so again, I mean, that's something that came out. Again, it's just Route 10 is a very quick route because it uses John Nolan Drive and it uses Old University Avenue to get to the hospital, versus the 38 is using the Capitol Square in West Wilson. It's using Observatory Drive, which is very congested, would become more congested if the university goes back to classes in August. That's where those additional service hours are becoming a requirement. And I guess that's just something that planning has started looking at, is kind of what Grant is asking, is what flexibility do we have from a resource perspective, driver perspective, operating cost perspective. I mean, we're putting 12 additional hours on the street, which is 2 drivers, kind of all day drivers. And I think if that's Grant's question, is what could you do to maintain some things. If we're putting 12 new hours out there, are there different ways to think about the proposed service change if we now have the ability to put 12 additional hours on the street?
Okay, other comments. I have one that I just hope when we come back and hear about your proposed changes, likely at the next meeting, that we can address the concerns about the Route 2, which is already overcrowded. And I heard a lot of comments and saw a lot of comments about people saying they're not sure they'd want to ride the Route 2 because it's already overcrowded, and would they want to get on one of those buses? So if any proposals that come back to us could address that as well, that would be appreciated. So,
Can I add one thing on that, Ann?
sure.
I think one thing that, so we are, I mean, part of the proposal is to double the frequency of the Route 2,
Right.
primarily because of concerns about the crowding of Route 2. And so in some ways, moving that service from the 10 to the 2 actually helps to alleviate some of the crowding concerns on the 2. But with the one exception being the transfers at the North Transfer Point that Tim mentioned earlier.
Okay. All right. So obviously pros and cons. The 38, one of the reasons why this is back is because there are a lot of requests to restore the 38. We would assume that you would come back with the proposed changes that we've described, taking into account the comments that we have heard tonight. Is anybody opposed to that course of action? Any other comments that you'd like to make? Otherwise, you can certainly email Justin, and he can certainly take those into account. Okay, great discussion. So we'll look forward to hearing from you again, likely at the next meeting. Okay, so we'll go back to item 5. We were voting on Dean Avenue. Option 1 was proposed through motion. Did we actually vote? I wasn't sure if we actually got the voting in. Did we? Okay, then we'll move on to West Washington Avenue. So, Patrick, we're good on that? On Dean Avenue, we're set? Yes? Patrick? Okay, so we'll move on to West Washington Avenue. We were voting. I wasn't sure we got quite all the way through it. Okay, so is it Reed that is going to be doing West Washington?
Hi, Ann. Yes, this is Reed Stitley with City Medicine. Thank you. Hey, everyone. Let me share my screen here. 1 second, please. We have presented this project to the public last week at a PIM presentation. Just want to verify that you can see my screen.
We can.
Okay. So I'll quickly overview the project just in general.
Read the last thing you did made it unreadable.
Yep, it went away, Reed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's see here. Is it still?
You're back. Well, it was back for a minute and then it popped away.
Okay. Sorry, I'm managing 3 screens in a laptop.
It looks like we've got the presentation read and it's on the how to participate slide.
Okay. Let me just stop my share here. I'm sorry about this. Let me start it again. Okay, minimize this. Go to Zoom, share. How about now? Can you see this? I'm on the title screen.
Yes.
says West Washington Avenue Assessment District
Yes.
2021.
You're
Okay.
good.
Awesome. Sorry about that. So just to recap, we've talked about this project a little bit already tonight, but the project is the West Washington Avenue Assessment District 2021. And what we're looking to do in this is resurface West Washington Avenue between Bedford Street to Broome Street. And then also, and then replace the utilities on that street, and also extend the parking protected bike lane that's existing on North Bassett Street, and extend that from West Washington Avenue to Main Street. And I'm gonna scroll through this presentation a little bit just to be able to get to the meat of it. So like I said, street resurfacing utilities along West Washington, and I guess also bus stop improvements and pavement markings on South Bassett Street to Main Street. Jim Wolf is here with me too tonight. Jim, if there's something I'm missing, or if you want to jump in with anything, feel free to. But in general, so with this project, I guess we're looking for input on the cross-section and the proposed markings that we have for this project. Before coming up with anything, the design team kind of went through some of the existing information that we had, including the Mifflandia neighborhood plan, and their transportation recommendations. Items 4A and 4C here on this slide were items that we think we'll be able to incorporate with this project, which include restriping West Washington Avenue between Bedford and Broome to a 2-lane facility. To actually be shown as a 2-lane facility. Currently right now there's a little ambiguity as is there 2 lanes or 4 lanes, and it's not marked very clearly for that. And then also to improve the Bassett Street buffered bike lane section, I guess, continue it from what was already done in the past to go to Main Street. It's probably best just to go right to the overview. These slides were, I think, shown previously by Mike Chapala, but here's the existing cross-section on West Washington. It just has 2 really wide lanes. On what we're proposing for this project is to, I guess, shorten up the driving lanes, and then installing a bus bike lane and also a buffered bike lane with keeping parking on both sides. This slide shows an overall schematic of the area. Far left side of your screen is Bedford Street. This street is Broome Street. In the middle is Bassett Street. This next slide kind of zooms in on this section from Bedford to Bassett Street. And you can see here that this is I guess, like the first half of the resurfacing area. With a project, we would resurface the street, replace the utilities, and then remark to include this parking on both sides with a bus only shared bike lane, I guess if you want to say going northbound, and a buffered bike lane going southbound on this section between Bedford and Bassett. There would be some parking space removals, and to, I guess, facilitate some of the intersection improvement at Bassett Street, where we would be looking to improve the intersection to essentially connect the parking protected bike lanes going through the intersection. I can pull up another slide here that kind of shows this section. But essentially looking for input on this connection point. The existing parking protected bike lane, I guess, is on the top side of your screen here. That would be going through to Main Street. The way we have it shown here is having these kind of 5 points that would help improve this intersection for bicyclists and pedestrians going through. So the first element is a no stopping standing zone that occurs prior to the intersection. I guess kind of in this north portion here, top portion of the screen. Then 2 is a bike queue area, which is shown in the graphic here in this green rectangle. And that's adjacent to a concrete island that is a physical barrier kind of extending from the parking protected section into the intersection. And so the bike queue area is a place where bikers can wait ahead of the crosswalk for the signal. And it also shortens the distance for the crossing itself. That corner island I mentioned, it is a physical delineation. It helps separates the bikes from motor vehicles and prevents the vehicles from encroaching on the bikeway. The motorist waiting zone is kind of this corner here, this 90-degree corner. And essentially that's an area where people making the right turn here have a place to reside and to be able to see pedestrians, bicyclists crossing the intersection. One thing to note here is that the current schematic shown is more or less aligning the bike lane pretty much exactly with the street. There's an option to kind of offset this a bit more and kind of jog this the bike lane a little bit closer to an offset crosswalk. So that would kind of increase the distance of the motorist waiting zone. So I guess we have 2 options there, more like offsetting this. It makes the bicyclists have to kind of turn a little bit into the bike lane and then turn back out to get to the intersection, but it increases that that kind of buffer waiting zone, increase the vision to the pedestrians. And then the 5th element is these cross bike intersection markings that just the skips here that help provide clear, discernible guide for the pedestrians and bikes. I guess it's to note, let me go back to one slide. It's a little bit easier to see here. So this is the same intersection. There's an existing bus stop that's on South Bassett Street after you cross West Washington. We'd be looking to improve that stop to work with the parking protected bike lane there. And you can kind of see the the bus island shown in blue here. Cars, this would still be open to 2 lanes of traffic. We would have a right turn coming on the north side of Bassett Street going on to West Washington, and the other lane would still go through and be able to turn left. The idea there is that we don't really want vehicles queuing up if there's a bus stopped at the bus stop, and so we'd have 2 lanes for cars to be able to go around a stop bus there to not back up the intersection. And then I guess that parking protected bike lane would go to Main Street with potential for further improvements into the future, but wouldn't be done with this project. And then reviewing the next block is from Bassett to Broome. And it's more of the same as far as resurfacing utilities, and then continuing the combined bus bike lane on the northbound side and the buffered bike lane on the southbound side, with maintaining bus stops at both locations. I guess the one thing to note too, on Broome Street, the existing bus stop is on Broome Street is on the near side of the intersection. For this project, we'd be looking to push that onto the far side of the intersection to be able to be picked up with the bus route on West Washington. I guess for everyone that hasn't seen the buffered bike lane, this is kind of what it looks like. This is a picture up there now, but essentially it is a bike lane, adjacent to the existing curb with delineation, a parking spot or lane, and then the driving lane helps protect the bicyclists there. So I guess in general, we're looking for information or I guess feedback on if this configuration meets the needs of West Washington and other recommendations from the past to kind of delineate this in a way that works for all modes of transportation, current and going forward. And also thoughts on the improved crossing at Bassett Street to, I guess, connect this area of parking protected bike lane as it expands going forward.
Grant, go ahead. Looks like you have some feedback here, Reed. Grant, go ahead.
Sure.
Thanks. Thanks for the work on this. Definitely a very exciting project. I guess on the Bassett side, looks like some good improvements to me. Definitely taking one more step towards getting that full connection down to Wilson and ultimately to Broome. So that's exciting. To your question about the alignment of the sort of the bike lane through the intersection and the skip marks, I should probably think on a little bit more, but my instinct is to bend it towards the crosswalk. I think that is going to be the safer positioning for folks. So that's kind of where my mind goes. In terms of West Wash, this is a tough one because like right now it's just a hot mess. So like anything improvement for anything, right? So it's definitely a lot better than what we've got right now. I'm also though trying to, this is going to be, it's a resurfacing, but it's pretty significant, right? This is not this, like we're probably not going to be touching this in a significant way for a while after this project. Is that a fair assumption?
Sure. There, with the project, since we are replacing utilities, which includes sanitary sewer, storm sewer, and water main, there is going to be a fair amount of road disturbance here just to be able to get to all those sewer lateral replacements and so forth. So I would expect I guess I didn't really cover the current conditions of the roadway. The pavement itself is in very poor condition, but the curb in this area is replaced so much. I guess it's at a rating of 7 out of 10 currently. The main driving factor is the water main. There's been a lot of breaks. It has a current rating of 3 out of 10, installed early 1900s. Same thing with the storm and sanitary sewer, 1905 to 1931. There's been projects of minor rehabilitation in the area, but it's pretty much at the end of its service life, and we're going to be doing some, I guess, fairly invasive utility work within city right of way to be able to replace these facilities. So I would expect the wide majority of the curb to be replaced and a good chunk of the sidewalk as well.
So, I mean, kind of as close as you can get to a full reconstruct while technically still being a resurfacing project is sort of how it sounds to me.
Yes, pretty much, I would say. I think that's fair.
Okay. Well, and I mean, just I guess to the point of like, is this a 20-year project or a 50, 70, 90-year project? And it sounds like it's, more of the latter. And at least in terms of like opportunities for bigger changes. So I guess I'm looking at this as like, this is it. I mean, this is how we want West Wash to be for the next 50 years. So in that regard, I'm feeling like we need to push ourselves a little bit harder on the bike facilities. So I know when the concept was first, I mean, maybe a year ago, I feel like somebody from DOT, talked about, hey, we might have an opportunity to get some, we're thinking of wanting to put some dedicated bus lanes on here, and maybe we can get, some bike facilities at the same time. And at least at that time, I was kind of thinking of it more as like a striping project or something. And again, compared to what we have today, that sounds good. But thinking of this as kind of our opportunity to really build the West Washington that we want for the next half century, I think we really need to push to get more consistent and coherent and usable bike facilities. So, as I look through this, I mean, it's, eastbound is basically, before you get to Bedford, and you've got sort of bike lanes or bike lanes as part of a parking lane coming inbound on West Washington. And then you're going to get into the shared proposal is a shared bus bike lane, until you get past Broome, and then you get a bike lane, right? Yeah, it looks like Sharrow and kind of sharing with the bus lane, which, I've had pretty decent experience sharing a bus lane biking, but it's also really dependent on volumes. And as we're talking about, getting a new bus barn and our goals of actually really trying to expand transit and, I guess thinking and hoping if this is going to be a new primary downtown route to really be relieving and pulling a lot of traffic off of State Street, the more we use it for buses, the less practical and less compatible it is to be a shared biking and bus facility, especially if you've got slower, bike riders. You really don't want to be having your buses have to go 9 miles an hour because there's somebody on their bike in front of you. So, and then on the outbound side, it looks like we don't even pick up a bike lane until Broome Street. So on the one hand, you're going downhill, so maybe it's not so bad, but the transition from like Fairchild, and Henry area, I mean, you're sort of in no man's land, it's feeling like it feels like we need to get there, I guess. And looking at the recommendation from that Mifflandia plan that, said, hey, we should have bike facilities, we should have maybe some better transit facilities, but don't widen the street and keep parking, right? Like you can't do everything, something's got to give. And so I guess the thing that comes to mind for me is this is showing keeping on-street parking on both sides, 13 spots and 7 on this block, I think 13 and 15 on the next. And I think we need to be looking at, one of two options, either simply removing a parking from one side of the street, which I think would then give us the ability to have the dedicated transit lane, at least one in each direction as you're kind of proposing it, plus the buffer bike lanes. Or if there's really a strong need and desire to keep, to maximize that on-street parking, it looks like we've got some really enormous terraces to work with here. And so could we, especially with all the curb work that's going to be included, perhaps we should be looking at doing something like we did with the Gorham project of some kind of bump ins to accommodate parking so that we can, essentially use the full 56 feet for transportation purposes. And then, if we need that, if we feel like we need all that parking, create some bump ins into those, again, what looks like to be really, really generous terraces. So I guess those are my overall comments is let's see what we can do to actually have buffered bike lanes throughout the entire stretch and what it would take to accommodate that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Harold, you're next.
Yeah, thanks. I think, I'm also excited to see West Washington turning into something definitely nicer than it is right now. Two questions. One, I think I have a pretty good sense of why the bus lanes are in the locations and only on one side, and this block has one, this one does not have one, but I think it might be helpful to walk through that, what the reasoning behind that is. And then the other question, maybe in line what Alder Foster has been asking about. So we have parking and then buffered bike lane. And I'm assuming without touching the curb, we do not have the width to have a parking protected bike lane on West Wash as we have on Bassett, because in terms of it being a more low stress facility, that certainly would be nice. But I'm not sure if there is the width if we need to maintain all that parking. And maybe related to the parking, have we done a parking utilization study there yet?
So relative to the Metro question, do you want Mike to handle that, Reed?
I think Mike would be able to speak the best on it. Yeah.
Sure, be happy to. Thanks. So I'll take the first question was about the bus lanes. And just to summarize, one of the reasons we're not proposing bus lanes in both directions is that there isn't enough room for bus lanes. There's effectively room for 4 very narrow lanes. And there's not really room to stripe 4 official lanes, and a bus lane is the same width as any regular lane. So if you shift the center line even just a foot or two, you get room for a bus lane in one direction, but then you have narrower lane in the other direction, so that becomes the buffered bike lane. You can see in that drawing the buffered bike lane is 7 feet, or maybe it could be a little bit wider than that, but. So anyway, that's the reason. And then from a bus perspective, let's just talk about westbound to start. So westbound, we come off the square and, we don't have a bus lane for the first block or two. But the first real signal with delay is Broome Street. So it will be nice to bypass the queues at Broome Street. But then we turn right at Broome Street. For most routes, we do have some routes that continue past Broome Street. But at any rate, beyond Broome Street, west of Broome Street, there's really not a big need for bus lanes anyway. It also, if you think about the hill, westbound, we're going down the hill. So our thought was we don't really mind sharing a bus lane with bikes going down the hill. Because we're essentially going the same speed. If there won't be any bus stops being served, and so we'll essentially just all be going the same speed. So now eastbound, when we come off of Bassett Street, we make the southbound left onto Bassett Street. There again, we want the bus lane approaching Broome Street. So as we turn left onto East Wash going eastbound, we want to have the bus lane. And then we go into Broome Street. If you can just pan to the right a little bit, we want to have that towards Broome, have that bus lane for that intersection approach, and there won't be any right turns there. So that'll be nice for us to just slide right through the intersection without queues at Broome Street and slide into the bus stop at Broome Street. But then past Broome Street, as you go up the hill, we are going to the left as we go up towards the Capitol Square, whereas most other traffic is going to the right. So a bus lane doesn't help us as much in that block because again, we have our left turn signal on and we're going to the left. Now we could have a bus lane there and go up the hill and then have a queue jump at perhaps Henry at the new signal that's proposed there. But you know, it's probably cleaner to just merge left and be in mixed traffic. If I had a direction on that block, I'd definitely prefer it to be in the westbound direction. And again, you can't really talk about this without the hill. In that direction, we definitely do not want to be sharing a lane with bikes because the speed differential will be very great there. So in that situation, I think we'd rather just be in mixed traffic and have the bikes be in their own lane for that block. And then just one thing I wanted to point out too, since we're looking at here, is the bus stops at Henry Street there would be proposed to be closed. That's kind of it's not 100% necessary, but it really helps this design flow better. And the bus stops at Henry do not meet our stop spacing guide lines of being between 990 and 1,320 feet apart. Hope that helps.
Does that answer your question, Harold?
Yes, thank you. That was very helpful.
Okay, and now how about your other questions? Do you want to reiterate what else you have open, Harold, so we can get them answered?
Sure. Parking protected bike lanes as a possibility. And I think, did I have another one?
On West Washington?
Yes.
It was sure.
Oh, and parking utilization study.
Okay.
I can probably speak to the parking protected bike lanes. When we were looking at this configuration, our coordination with Metro and trying to provide those transit lanes, as you can see, the dedicated bike lane itself is a bit disconnected through here. So while in the spots where we do have the buffered bike lanes, we could maybe flip that around to being a parking protected bike lane, but then it becomes really complicated at the bus stop locations too. But then do we end up with additional floating bus stops trying to serve those? And it wasn't really, and this is probably to Alder Foster's point previously too, it's a bit of a disconnected facility then too, that it'd be a block of parking protected bike lane, a block with a shared bus bike lane. And we didn't feel as though it would function very well, especially kind of coming into this. We had known that the parking in this area was pretty valuable. I don't think we've done a parking utilization study though. Maybe Tom Moore could be more familiar with that if he's still on. But just kind of with the general sense of the area, it is pretty highly utilized, and there are going to be a few parking stalls already removed. And if we'd go to a parking protected bike lane, there'd be additional stalls just kind of with the natural space in the driveways out here too that would have to get removed.
Excuse me, Tom Moore is on. Tom, if you had any comment on that?
Yeah, so for the parking utilization, so West Wash is, both sides are they're in two different RP3 zones, but they're in the higher, two of the highest utilized zones. So the parking is highly used. We haven't done a specific study for this, but yeah, and like Jim said, with the driveway spacing, when you push the parked cars further out from the curb, we need more space between the parked car and the driveway. So we would end up losing quite a few parking spaces just due to that.
Thank you.
Bridget, you're next.
Yeah, I just had a question. So for the plan that you're showing right now on your screen, where the going up towards the Capitol on West Wash. Before Broome, where you just were. So in there, it will go down to one lane of motor vehicle traffic, and the second lane will be just bus bike, right? And will be marked as such.
Going towards the Capitol, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So here's my question. So right now, and I have had this question for 20 years, for that block, it is impossible to tell if it's one lane or two lanes for motor vehicle traffic. And there's certain spots in there, even when there isn't snow, where it really squeezes and the lane size is certainly below 11 feet, and probably below 9 feet, at least for the quote unquote lane closest to the curb. So looking at this, I'm sure you guys did all the measurements. I don't know. Yeah. Can you zoom in? Because so you guys are confident that you can get two 11-foot lanes in there. Are you changing the center line?
Yes. Yeah, the center line would be shifting.
Okay. All right. So that's probably why I keep seeing that issue. Okay. And then can you tell me for the pavement markings in there, so you are going to use the Sharrows, which I will say, and maybe it's just specific to being on the Capitol, around the Capitol, right on the square there. A lot of cars, especially what would seem to be folks from out of town, do not seem to understand what the Sharrows mean. That, it's not, well, at least from the perspective of this isn't a regular motor vehicle traffic lane. So, there are just always people driving regular motor vehicles in the bus bike lane. And I'm just wondering if that's something that you guys have thought about or looked at. To me, this schema of pavement marking isn't going to address that at all. Isn't going to make it better.
Yeah, I can talk about that a little bit.
Okay.
So we've tried different things. This is kind of the latest treatment that we've been doing with the red, just really recently, like in the past year. So the hope is that the red calls it out clearer than anything else. We've done bus, bike, put bike into a word, bus, bike only. I think we have that on Mineral Point Road. So yeah, it's, trying different things, but the hope is that the red helps.
Okay.
With the buses. Yeah.
Okay. And then, so where that lane goes up to Bassett. Nope. Yeah. Right back there. So a lot of folks, as you're driving, I guess more or less east up towards the Capitol, a lot of folks are going to be turning right from Washington, right onto Bassett, right? Because, that's kind of the major way to get, from the Kohl Center and a lot of other places to the Beltline. And it's always kind of a weird intersection. I'm a little concerned that almost immediately then you've potentially got buses parked right when people turn there. And then squeezing into the basically what will be, when there's a bus there, one lane for motor vehicle traffic, right? If a bus is parked there. So I'm wondering, are you guys going to restrict like right turn on red there? Or has there been some other thought or consideration to that issue?
I don't think we've really discussed that. But that's definitely something that we could do if that becomes an issue.
Okay. Just thinking, it's already an issue now. So I think the new design is good. I'm like I said, I'm just concerned for that.
Okay.
Yang, are you on? Do you have any other thoughts on that? Put you on the spot there, Yang.
Yeah, sorry, Ann. Yeah, I was multitasking. Yeah. So could you, remind me
Either
what
that or Mike? Yeah, maybe Mike, you want to go first? They're talking about that turn from
Yeah,
West Wash to Bassett.
talking about the eastbound right turn and potentially if the issue of there's a bus stop at the bus stop there, if that would be a hazard or an issue. I just point out that that's not a time point for Metro, so the buses should be stopping and going.
Okay.
Just like any intersection where you have a bus stop, you could encounter a stopped bus. You could be turning and encounter a stopped bus. This is what we would broadly categorize as an in-lane stop, where the bus stops in a live travel lane, serves passengers, and then goes, as opposed to a pull-out stop, which we consider to be generally inferior because then the bus has to pull out, stop, and wait for traffic. And often that pulling out of the pull-out, looking for a gap in traffic, is more hazardous than simply blocking the lane. And we have in-lane stops all over the city. University Avenue in the west of the UW Hospital, where there's no parking and there's no pull-out lanes. East Washington Avenue, east of Milwaukee Street, where there's no parking and no pullouts. I would say there's definitely a precedent for this and a precedent for preferring this design over other designs, the pullout design, simply from a transit perspective, let alone the addition of the protected or buffered bike lane, protected bike lane here.
Yeah, it just seems like it's really early on, right near the beginning of that block. Like I said, where there's a lot of traffic that turns. So just something I wanted to bring up. The other thing I wanted to bring up, and let me know if I just need to get back in the rotation, but about another intersection.
Why don't you go ahead and do yours, and then we'll move on to Denise and Harold.
Sounds good. So then going up Washington there, up the hill, to the intersection at Henry. So I just have a question here, and I know you don't have a signing plan, I'm sure, figured out yet, but so this crossing West Wash across Henry, especially on the sort of downhill side, is really difficult sometimes. Just the geometry of that hill, traffic seems to have a tendency to come up that hill really quickly, and it can be really tough to cross there as a pedestrian. And I'm just wondering if there's any treatments or anything that might be considered to either, and maybe there is something there now, but maybe warning cars that there are pedestrians, or there can be pedestrians, or maybe remarking the crosswalk there. Something. It's just like I said. I mean, it's tough, and it's a long ways to cross, and that median is pretty tiny. So I'm just wondering if anything can be looked at there.
I'll hop in. I think we're a little out of order on the agenda, but I think if when the signal priority stuff comes in, I think there is a proposed signal going in at West Wash and Henry Street, which would hopefully address that issue then.
Perfect.
Okay. That's timely. Thank you.
Yep.
That it then, Bridget?
Both related and separate from the project.
Yang, did you have a comment?
No, I think Jim covered it.
Okay.
All
right.
It will come up as the next item. And
okay.
But Bridget is correct. We did hear a lot of feedback from the public around here about its difficulty to cross the street. And actually, Alder Verveer is on the call. I think for the next item, he will probably can tell us more about that later. One reason for staff to recommend a signal here is that we expect, with the rerouting, metro rerouting, we expect, more buses on this route, and that may do two things. One, making the crossing a bit more difficult, also to increase the number of pedestrians who have to use this crossing because of the bus stops, the major bus lines going through here. So that's one of the reasons that we recommend to signalize the intersection this year.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Good. Well, it's this intersection we're talking about, so appropriate conversation. Denise, you're next.
Thanks so much. So thanks so much to city staff for working on this area. I think you reached out to me, Jim and Renee did last summer to talk about it because of its complexity. So thank you for all the continued work. And Bridget, your comment about crossing is exactly where my concerns are. So this dovetails into the signal conversation. You know, the Capitol Lakes is not far from, you know, just a block off East Wash on West Main. And then there's several folks with disabilities who live in some of the apartments in like the 300 block of West Wash. So the, you know, users who are more vulnerable are needing to cross 56 feet of roadway. So putting more organization to this roadway, I think, is going to be incredibly helpful. And then I would ask, when we talk about the signal priorities, is that we really look at where accessible pedestrian signals would be helpful here, because a lot of folks, especially elders, can't see 56 feet to see if the little blinky is on or off. So adding an auditory component is going to be just incredibly necessary for safe crossing.
Okay, well, maybe we can talk about that when we get to the next agenda item then.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Harold, you're next.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it short. If we can go back to the Bassett intersection.
Yep.
So yeah, I think, and this maybe echoes some of the comments on crossing. I mean, I think there is really potential for doing, like, moving the bike lane on Bassett, like swinging it out to having this protected intersection design, which may also address some of the comments from Bridget, where, you know, you make the turns tighter, you put cars at a better angle, and that's both for cars on Bassett turning right on West Wash, but also from West Wash turning right on Bassett. So I think there's probably enough space to make that protected intersection design happen, because I think right now the island doesn't really do much in terms of protection, and actually may make things worse in terms of visibility. I'm not totally sure how that's going to work with the bike traffic on West Wash, if we would still want that to go straight through, and how that interacts with the bus stop. But I think looking into that more would be really helpful, and to bring that back to the commission. Thank you.
Yeah, we can definitely look at these geometrics of kind of adding that shift over for sure.
Okay, thank you, Harold. Grant, you next.
Thank you. Yeah, Reed, just following up on that, sort of this concept of looking at where the curbs are at. I think you said that you would anticipate that a lot of the curb will need to be replaced, even if it were put back where it is. Do you have any kind of ballpark estimate? You know, what would be the kind of incremental cost, like percent wise, for the project if we thought we were going to need to replace all the curb, for example, instead of, I don't know what you're kind of estimating right now, given the scope of the project, but what increase would that look like, do you think, financially? And if you don't, I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot if it's hard to.
Yeah. So one thing I would like to, that's a good question, and I can get that information. I don't have it on hand right now. I would like to, maybe continue this discussion at the next TC meeting. Maybe look into some of these geometric changes and some of the ideas and comments that were brought here tonight to further discuss, maybe on a little less busy meeting.
Yeah. No, that
would work.
Yeah, if you could just include that in what you bring back to us, and hopefully that includes an alternative that that has a dedicated bike facility through the project. And just one other thing then to add on and maybe to put on your list is, and maybe this is actually probably for TE, but it looks like this is essentially one general travel lane in either direction up to Bedford. And I think it would be really worth looking at the existing striping between Bedford and Regent Street, because I don't think there's probably any good reason to blow that back out to 4 lanes of motor vehicle traffic south of Bedford. And that might could probably do some improved striping related to buffered bike lane, et cetera, and probably just reduce speeds and have some other improvements. So just something for TE to maybe take a look at, connected with, depending on the final design here.
Sure. Yep. We'll take a look at both of those. And I believe the next one's on the 24th. So I'll come back with some alternatives that way. Just one thing to add, just we're looking at all the utility improvements too. So that's kind of impacting what curb is going to be replaced and all this. So it's a living,
a lot of moving parts, I'm sure.
Yep.
Great.
Yep.
Thanks so much for all the work already again.
Yep.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Okay, Ken, you're up. You're muted, Ken. There
Maybe
you
this
go.
is actually something that Alderman Revere would know more. Was the objection of the neighborhood to making the street wider than 56 feet because it was difficult to cross, or was it for other aesthetic purposes? I think I want some clarification on that, because I sort of get where Alderman Foster is going, and also Tom is saying parking is really important for the mix in this neighborhood, and I sort of get that. But it also seems like if this is sort of a once every 50-year kind of thing, figuring out how to have parking and how to also have better bike lanes really needs to be thought about. And just I just don't want us to be restricted to absolutely don't make the street wider than 56. I mean, so if we can have bump outs for crossing or some other kind of design that makes it safer to cross while also having those curbs moved, I'd want to have some feedback as far as why is this really sort of a sacred kind of no more than 56 feet, or is this negotiable?
And this is Mike Verveer. Would you like me to answer Ken's question? At least
I think that would be very helpful if you would, please, Mike.
Great.
Thanks.
Well, thank you, and good evening, commissioners. I could make your already probably longer than normal meeting much longer by talking about the history of these 2 blocks. Much of it has already been covered, but these 2 blocks have been quite a challenge, to say the least, for those of us in the neighborhood and for many in the community. So to get right to your question, Ken, and I appreciate the question. It's an excellent one. These wide, beautiful terraces on West Wash with the beautiful mature trees are very sacred. All you have to do is take a look on the city website at either the adopted downtown plan from 2012 or the adopted Mifflandia plan of late 2019 to see that that's clear. I wish that this conversation had been able to occur prior to the public meeting that city engineering and others facilitated for us last Thursday with neighborhood stakeholders. Perhaps, we'll have to have another neighborhood meeting on the topic, given the obvious interest in improving the bike facilities beyond what staff is recommending tonight. But I would say that for example, if you were going to ask me, sorry, Mike, you have to pick one, either the wide, beautiful terraces with the mature trees and even removing any of that to make for a wider street, or removing even more parking, which is Tom articulated is, and you remember this from your last RP3, or maybe that was at TPPB, but the last RP3 discussion, wherever that was that Sabrina presented, apologies for not remembering if it was your body or TPPB recently. But in any event, everything Tom said about the parking challenges in the neighborhood are absolutely true. I used to live on the 400 block of West Wash, and admitted that with my RP3 permit, it was so aggravating to try to find a legal on-street parking space in the neighborhood that I just gave up and ended up paying for the backyard parking after several months of trying. So anyway, it's quite a challenge. It's obviously a lot of competing interests are at play here, Ken. But if I had to guess where my constituents were at on this, with apologies to those that can't afford to pay for off-street parking but need automobiles for their work or what have you, I would have to say that I think most constituents would choose the green space and preserving the trees and those beautiful terraces, be more so than removing even more parking than the staff proposed plan calls for.
Thank you, Mike.
You're very welcome. Thanks for asking, Ken.
Okay, so I don't see any more hands up. So a lot of great discussion, enough so that I added it to my list of agenda items for the next meeting. Reed, so
thank you.
We'll see you back again next time. A lot of good discussion. It's I echo almost all the concerns that I've experienced personally in that stretch of road for the over 40 years that I've lived in Madison as well. So, all right, great. So appreciate the good discussion. Let's move on to item number 6, the review and approval of the traffic signal priority list.
Yes, good evening. That's my topic. I've had the opportunity to speak at this group once before. Just to refresh memories, I'm Graham Heights, electrical section lead for traffic engineering division. Tonight we're going to be reporting out on our 2020 traffic signal priority list outcomes and the recommendations as we introduced at the December 9th meeting. Being joined by Jerry Schippa, traffic engineer, who will be reviewing more detailed aspects of the studies that were outcomes of that meeting. Items distributed in advance of the meeting include the summary of staff recommendations to the Transportation Commission and an updated 2020 traffic signal priority list, just for reference. So I'll briefly review the staff recommendations and then defer to Jerry on more details regarding the intersection studies and the outcomes of those, to include the field data collection aspects, traffic crash analysis, the updated signal warrant review, and any other considerations. We can certainly pause for discussion as needed. Otherwise, we can, of course, discuss things more holistically towards the end of that discussion, or introduction, rather. So unless there's any other one other thing, just to back up a little bit, as far as some of the field data collection aspects, things that Jerry was involved with was a collection of traffic volume data, which of course was a little bit different this year because of COVID volume reductions. But I think for the most part, we were able to get pretty solid data, maybe with the exception of one location, which we had to refer back to some previous data that we had collected in the not too distant past. We also had collected turning movement counts. Jerry did some delay study work, some speed analysis, and sight distance reviews, kind of depending on the nature of the review or the request. And so I'll let Jerry speak to that more, of course. So from the December 9th meeting, we had selected 6 locations to review more closely. These intersections include, I'll just run down the list and kind of the recommendation, and then we'll get into more of the details. Again, those intersections was West Washington Avenue and Milton Court at Rethke. The nutshell version is at that location, we're recommending leaving the current two-way stop control in Melvin and Rethke at East Wash, and modifying the existing rectangular rapid flashing beacon that's at that location to accommodate accessible pedestrian features, and to evaluate traffic signal control in conjunction with upcoming BRT project work. At Packers Avenue and 6th Street, we're recommending maintaining the existing stop control on the side streets at that location, and refer to the Ped Bike Enhancement Project Review Group for any modifications or additional warning devices related to the crossing. At Black Hawk Avenue, Joyce, Erdman, and University Avenue, we're recommending maintaining the existing two-way stop on the side street at that location, and also referring to the Bike Ped Enhancement Group for review of warning devices at that location. The one signal location that we are recommending is at West Washington Avenue and Henry Street. We'll get into the details of that a little bit more later in the discussion, of course, as came up before. We also looked at Darwin Road and International Lane near the airport. There we're recommending maintaining the existing control and look at potential for advanced warning devices relative to the intersection and or potential for speed limit reductions. And lastly was Bear Claw Way and Old Stock Road, and we're just recommending retaining the existing controls at that intersection as well. So again, that's the nutshell version. I think we'll get into some of the some of the studies and the outcomes now, and any discussion that may go with that. Jerry?
Yeah, hi. My name is Jerry Shipper with City Madison Traffic Engineering. And yeah, Graham did a good job at giving a brief summary of our recommendations. I guess I'm just going to kind of go back and go through each one of these and kind of explain some reasoning behind our recommendations. So starting on page 3 of the report, East Washington Avenue, Melvin, and Rethke. This intersection was new to our list this year. It had not been previously on our list. So we collected 2020 volumes. And since we didn't have volumes in previous years to compare it to, in some of the other locations, we actually used previous year's volumes because we felt this was so much of a outlier year that trying to analyze the intersection strictly on 2020 volumes was might not be the best. So for this intersection, we had to use 2020 volumes, but we did compare the side street volumes and take a look at some other similar kind of intersections, collector or higher, with residential side streets, and tried to kind of extrapolate what we think volumes might be when BRT comes and most likely installs a median bus station. So with that, we found the side streets in some similar intersections ranging anywhere from 30% to 60% down in traffic, but maybe the main street actually was not that far off from previous year's traffic. So using kind of that knowledge, we try to look into the future and see, when BRT comes and there's a bus stop placed in the center island, what the volumes might be. And so we try to kind of apply a reasonable COVID factor for those side street volumes. And based on that, we do expect this intersection to meet signal warrants based on what we think would be more quote unquote normal volumes. So our recommendation here is to keep moving forward with changing out the rectangular rapid flashing beacon to a accessible RRFB for the short term, but then pursuing a signal with the BRT project, which will require some coordination with WSDOT and, as I understand, some approval from WSDOT. But when that project comes along, we're recommending to pursue a signal with that.
Just to follow up on that too, I guess another aspect of that is if the BRT will be going through there with a stop and center running. There would be, of course, a pedestrian component with a destination being in the median at that point. So it's kind of a two-part thing, but for the most part, it appears that it will meet signal warrants. So we'll pursue that as part of that effort.
All right. So yeah, the next one, Henry and West Washington. So this has been on our list for a while now. It's been requested and several times in the past few years. Last year was the most recent year that we've collected some studies on, and kind of what we saw this year with being able to see the full 2019 crash history. So we had 2019 volumes, turning movements, things like that. But now with the 2019 crash history updated to go back and look at those volumes, we noticed that we had a year where there were 6 crashes of types we would consider correctable. In 2020, there was 1 crash considered of type correctable. But even going back through the last several years, like you could see a trend that 16 of the 23 crashes here are types we would consider correctable with a signal, and the majority of them are southbound on Henry and eastbound on West Washington. So we followed up just the crashes by comparing it to the kind of the rest of the crash warrant, and the correctable crashes, or the types considered correctable, they all occurred in a certain time frame, kind of in the afternoon, PM peak, and then the hour or two following it. And at those times, we also saw the volumes were sufficient enough to meet the rest of like the minimum volume of the crash warrant. So based on the crash history here and the volumes, we are recommending to install a traffic signal. The only additional part of that warrant that we weren't really able to study this year was the delay portion, which requires manually counting every 15 seconds how many vehicles are on the side street waiting. But because volumes are down, we did collect that, but we don't think that's very representative. So we still think it's strong enough to meet the crash warrant. So we're recommending a signal there.
So of the intersections that are on the list, this had I believe, the second highest crash rate of types considered preventable with the installation of a traffic signal. That combined with the warrants that were met, which corresponded by time of day, seemed to drive that. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah. So moving on, Packers in 6th. Another one, we have 2020 counts, but we also had 2019 counts in studies to go off of. Still did not meet the minimum criteria for adding or installing a traffic signal. So coming up shortly, we're starting to look at ped bike projects. So we are recommending that that team take a look at this intersection and come up with some designs for improving that crosswalk, which is On page 5 is going to be the same recommendation for Blackhawk Joyce Erdman and University. Again, didn't meet the numerical minimums for installing a traffic signal, but we're recommending taking a look at for a ped bike project. Darwin International. This one is another intersection that was new to the list. We looked back at the crash history here, and this one had no crashes for 4 years that we looked back until 2019, when all 3 of the 3 crashes of that year were of correct types considered correctable. 2 of them involved an eastbound driver and a southbound driver, and 1 eastbound and northbound. So there's a few ideas that we had in terms of advanced warning signs for drivers on International to let them know that there's a side street coming, especially in that northbound lane where there's kind of a couple sharp corners and a little bit of a limited visibility. So we thought that might help out with the crashes here, but otherwise it didn't have a history of crashes. So it could be a blip year, or it could be, hopefully not, but it could be a start of a trend. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Then the last one is Bear Claw and Old Sock on page 6. This one also quite a bit a ways from meeting the minimum signal warrants, and nothing really jumped out as in terms of something that needed to be addressed. So we're at the moment just recommending to maintain it as a stop control and continue to monitor and collect data moving forward. So that is the report. I guess we'll answer any questions you have.
Okay, comments from the group. And when we're done, we'll need motions with regard to any that we recommend. Grant, go ahead.
Thanks. Great work, guys. The Packers in 6 or Penn in 6. One gap in traffic in 30 minutes for a pedestrian. Is that what I read?
Yeah, that was based off the 2019 study.
So, I know we talked a little bit last time about the challenges working within the kind of warrant system, but how does the warrant system evaluate gap traffic for pedestrians?
The warrant, I got it up here. I can go through that, but it there also has, according to the minimum warrant criteria, there also has to be a sufficient pedestrian volume.
Right, but isn't there one also about weighting? And it has to be combined with, and it's not good enough to just have one warrant on the ped side, unfortunately. But is there something about that warrant?
The ped volume warrant, yeah, the ped volumes at this location, unfortunately, don't meet the minimum threshold criteria for what the intersecting volume would be. It's quite far off. And I think as maybe mentioned at a previous meeting, that threshold is rather high.
Right, and it's never going to get crossed if you can't cross the street. So it's sort of a chicken and egg thing, right? Mm-hmm. If there isn't a warrant at all about gap,
it's a volume threshold warrant, and so it's basically a chart of.
So if you had 0 crossing opportunities, to safely cross, there's never a gap. That would not be sufficient reason to put a signal in either.
Well, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, what I hear you saying, Grant, is that if you can't cross the street because you don't think it's safe, you're not going to have people crossing the street. You're not going to be able to do that analysis. So
I'm just trying to, right. I know you guys are working within the system. I'm just trying to confirm so there actually isn't even a ped warrant about gap opportunity to cross?
The pedestrian warrant is strictly volume. I was just taking a
What's
look.
the motor vehicle, there's a gap for that, right? If you're in a car and there's not a nice gap, there's a warrant there, right?
That one, for vehicles, that one's also volume driven. The only warrant that mentions gaps would be the school crossing warrant, I believe. Let me verify that.
Right.
Okay, so that, it's, I appreciate you guys saying, put it on the kind of pedagogic enhancement list. The traffic calming subcommittee will have, a bunch of recommendations coming out related to sort of that. But I guess I would just say in this one, it's hard to imagine like some new signs or markings that are going to fundamentally change that. And so I guess I just want to really highlight this location in this corridor. I think it should probably be like, I don't know, go back and look at the crash history there. But I mean, to me, this feels like something that should almost be on like our Vision Zero list. Like, I think we should be looking at reducing motor vehicle speeds in this corridor as one of the things that needs to happen. Because put an RFB up there with 7 lanes of cars at 50 miles an hour does not feel like a good solution either. So I'll leave my comments at that, but I just kind of wanted to put a marker that if we can put more attention on this than simply like put it in the ped bike thing and say, yeah, can we, should we put something, kind of light in there and see how it goes? Nobody's going to be able to cross the street here on foot unless we do something pretty significant. And if we really don't feel like a signal's warranted, and if we think that's a bad idea, then I just think we're going to have to do something pretty significant, because it's a huge barrier, and it's a really important route and connection between the east and the north sides. So I'll just keep highlighting it, but thanks for your work.
And just to speak to that briefly, though, Jerry did look at the crashes. There were 3 types that were considered preventable by a traffic control signal, and I can appreciate the discussion. It can be a chicken and egg kind of a thing, and it certainly doesn't necessarily just pertain to pedestrians. I mean, developments have the same types of interest, and so to speak to that, I mean, it is a significant investment, considering I can appreciate the barrier it causes, but it can, represent a pretty significant investment that way. So and it's always a balancing act, I can appreciate. But to that point too, we know signals cause other issues. So we also try to be cognizant of what that balance is, as far as rear end crash potential versus other types of users and so forth. So in short, we'll definitely see what we can do. If there's anything that jumps out at us as being a benefit to provide safer crossing, we'll definitely look at it.
I guess I'll just add it real quickly in the Oscar Mayer special area plan that was adopted. I mean, it basically calls for considering adding signals throughout this corridor to really, I remember Soglin used to be so proud of how we avoided putting a freeway through the isthmus, but I mean, we only avoided it up till First Street. I mean, from First Street to the east, it's a freeway. So, I mean, that's in our adopted plans. And so, yeah, I mean, we can wait, for Oscar Mayer to develop and then, wait till we have more of a clamoring, or, we can start thinking about making some of these investments to do a little bit of healing there, because it's a huge barrier between these neighborhoods, and it really shouldn't be. Thanks.
Okay, and Yang, if you could take a look at this on the Vision Zero list as you're making considerations for those projects for this next year, that would be a good thing. Any other?
I write those down, and actually, I will ask my kind of Vision Zero team, take a look at this as well.
Good.
Number speed reduction and other things.
Yeah. Very good. So any other comments? Otherwise, we'll need a motion to approve their recommendations. Ken? Is that a motion, Ken?
So moved.
And Bill?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Yang, you have your hand up? Is that from before?
Yeah, I just want to say that Alder Revere is still on the line. I'm just wondering whether there is time for Alder Revere to talk about maybe St. Henry and West Washington a little bit.
Okay, I think everybody is on board with that, but Mike, you're certainly welcome to make some comments if you'd like.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Ann, and thank you, Yang. I absolutely do not want to delay your long meeting any further. Simply to say that I am thrilled with the staff recommendation. I thank staff for their work, and I certainly appreciate the motion and support the motion that you're about to hopefully adopt to allow for the installation later this year of a desperately needed traffic signal at Henry and West Washington Avenue. Obviously, you heard Bridget and Denise speak to the need earlier in the last agenda item, and I could concur many times over that I've heard the concerns from downtown stakeholders about that very dangerous intersection. So thank you all around.
Oh, and Mike, thank you for reminding me about Denise's comment. Yang, is it the kind of traffic signal that Denise is worried about or wants? That's a yes with the nod?
Yes, yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, I think Denise had a really good point. I mentioned one of the reasons we recommend for traffic signal. That's for potential increase of passenger volumes and more transit vehicles. Another really big reason, we heard from the neighborhood and from the Alder Revere is just Denise mentioned high number of vulnerable users crossing here. From the retirement community living at the Capitol Lakes, getting into a senior center, the public library, State Street, businesses. I think it's reasonable for us to look into audible signal. It definitely has some cost, but I think that's something we'll look into.
Okay, that sounds like it would be really very helpful at this particular intersection based on all the feedback that we're hearing. Denise, did you have any other comments with regard to that?
Just a big thank you.
Okay, great. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll assume a unanimous consent approval unless anybody objects. If so, please raise your hand. Another good discussion. Thanks, everybody. Now we move on to the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program list approval. And I would just say, before we get started with this, we heard from Alder Tag Evers earlier with regard to his comments. Everyone should have received an email from Alder Rebecca Kimball with regard to a couple of comments in her district. One of those things addresses a comment. I'd like to remind everybody about a few things. One, that we all agreed as a commission on January 13th that we were going to have early adoption of the two priorities recommended by the Traffic Calming Subcommittee. And that's, as we're looking at projects, we're going to focus on priorities that address known safety issues. And if possible, we would determine that by using the high injury network, even though that may prioritize projects on non-local streets. And we would be also prioritizing projects that close gaps and improve conditions on the core ped bike network as the majority of what we're looking at. And the other thing is something that was referenced in Alder Kimball's email as well, and that's we need to address problems in areas not block by block. We as a commission have identified this as a problem. Just a second, let me close that door. Sorry. The dog was barking there. We as a commission have identified issues of addressing problems on a block by block basis. And when we have done that, we address it on one block and we push the problem to another block. And then we address it at that block and we push it to another block. So Rebecca was talking in here about Wheeler Road and recommending that we also consider looking at item number 2 and addressing all of the Wheeler Road issues. And she also wanted us to look at item number 9 on North Sherman Avenue, excessive motor vehicle speeds and the busy intersections made them dangerous. So I just wanted to highlight those 2 very specific issues because 1, we heard from Tag Evers a long time ago, and 2, because Rebecca specifically asked that that be brought forward because she couldn't be here. So with those reminders, I'll turn it over to Tom.
All right, thank you, Anne. Thanks everyone for having me. So I'm Tom Moore from City Traffic Engineering, and I've been managing the neighborhood traffic management program for a few years now. And I think this is kind of how I want to plan to present this. I'll just give a real brief background information on the neighborhood traffic management program. Then we'll review our final candidate list and TE staff's project proposals. Then we can have a discussion, talk about the individual projects. And the way if you remember last year, how we did this was it took a couple meetings to finalize project selection. So if we need any more information or input from anyone else or designs drawn up, we can do that. And I can come back in 2 weeks and we can talk about it then. So first, for the little bit of background, this program was started in 1997 and it came up due to growing complaints about neighborhood speeding. So this was kind of a new thing in different areas of the country of adding traffic calming programs. So that's what Madison did. We kind of modeled it from Portland and I think some cities in the South. So these are the devices that we primarily use: speed humps, traffic circles. Those are the 2 primary devices that slow traffic. Pedestrian islands, I think sometimes people get unrealistic expectations on how much they can affect speed. We use them more for pedestrian crossings, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. Then we have curb bump outs. Those tend to get a little bit more expensive because of drainage and storm water design issues that we have to take into consideration. And then street narrowing, where we narrow an entire street, but that's usually done with a reconstruction project because of the expense required for that. So these are the steps that a resident would have to go through to get traffic calming device on their street. They first contact us. We typically require a petition of the residents to start the study. We'll perform a traffic study, which involves collecting speed and volume data with hose counters. Look at different things: crash history, location to parks and schools. We'll get a ranking. Typically, we've required 30 points in our point system. We let fire department and Metro have input based on their routes that they use. And then we get to this point where we bring our project proposals to the Transportation Commission. We get your approval on them, and then we'll survey the residents through a mail-in survey. And then we kind of lump all that together into a contract, bid it out, and it gets constructed throughout the summer. So our ranking system that we use and have used takes into consideration the traffic volume on the street, the speed, and we have used in the past the percent over 5 over the speed limit. So it's typically percent over 30. The 3-year crash history, location within proximity to schools, any sort of school, elementary, middle school, or private schools, depending on the school, but within a quarter mile of that. whether or not it's on a school walk route, the proximity to parks, whether or not it's on a bike route, and whether or not it has been brought to us by a neighborhood resource team. So the resident survey, once we have an approved project, this is who we let vote on that project. So the manual for this program spells out who exactly can vote based on where they live in relation to the project. But we have required 60% approval from the votes that we get back. So for 2021, due to COVID, we waived the initial petition. That led to a big increase in the number of requests we received. It was over 100 requests, where on a typical year, it's somewhere around 30, 40 requests. So over double the typical request this year. And then as Ann mentioned, the Traffic Calming Subcommittee had recommendations to base our project selection on safety and walkability and bikeability connections. So I'll show you our final list with our recommendations. This was in the attachment to this agenda item, so hopefully you had a chance to take a look at it. But basically, I can give you our thought process on choosing projects this year. So we have the total points here on the left side, and we typically require 30 points. So we kind of use that marker, and then we looked at all the streets that qualified, looked at whether or not they had bus routes or EMS routes that precluded them from getting speed humps, and then pretty much did whatever we could do for each of these streets. So starting from the top, Schrader Road is an EMS route and a bus route. So we're really limited on what we can do there. And I guess the other thing I should mention right from the start is we're primarily looking at speed humps and traffic circles, because all of these requests, the number one concern, or really the only concern given to us, was the high speed. It wasn't pedestrian crossings, even though maybe that was in the thought process, but what was told to us was that these are high speeds on all of these streets. So it's the high speeds that they were trying to take care of. And with that, we just typically did not recommend islands because, as I mentioned before, even though islands are one of the devices that we can use, we don't want to give the false impression that islands are going to take care of the speeding problem, because when people get that expectation, they're usually disappointed with the results, because there just isn't enough deflection of the traffic when we have to design for larger vehicles to slow traffic down just by using islands. So that's kind of the thought process going in here. So we kind of looked at each street and determined what we could do. Wheeler Road, Sherman to Comanche, that was one brought up by Alder Kemble. I can show that here. So this is that section. This is Wheeler Road. Here's North Sherman, and here is Comanche. It's basically a stretch without any intersections. The big complaint was high speeds. It's just tough to get anything in here that's going to address that. We could look at islands at Comanche, or a circle or something here, or some sort of pedestrian crossing improvement, but just because there wasn't a definite solution to this problem, we left it off. Not saying that that's the right thing to do, but that's just kind of how we approach it, just to let you know the thought process. So continuing down the list, Swanton Road, we have I'll go through the shaded ones where we have our proposal a little bit later, but I'll just go through each one why we didn't propose something. So Walter Street, this is a EMS route and bus route. It has traffic circles right now. What the thinking on this one is we'd like to test out some bump outs. I didn't include that as part of this project proposal because that's something that we could just handle within traffic engineering. We have some temporary curb that we can use to do that. We don't need to construct anything permanent with concrete. So we may bring that to a future meeting. Old Middleton Road is planned to be resurfaced with utilities next year. So that's close to a reconstruction project. So we'll hold off on that. Post Road and Todd Road, the main complaint here is poor driver behavior at the intersection. So we could look into doing some islands there, but the main complaint is bad compliance with the existing always stop at this intersection. So there wasn't a great answer, and there's bus routes on both of the streets. North Sherman Avenue, this is the other street that Alder Kemble brought up. It's kind of the same deal as Wheeler Road, Sherman to Comanche. We could look at some islands there, but it's probably not going to cut down on the speeding like the residents are hoping. Drake Street, this was one that Alder Evers brought up. So this is just the Campbell to Randall section, and I have this one. I'd originally proposed this one, but we found out that with the Vilas Park master plan, which is, my Adobe is not responding. So I can just talk through it. So the existing entrance to the park is right here at Randall Avenue. They're proposing to make this entrance mid-block, kind of at Campbell Street, and add transit service. So our discussion with Metro were that there's a decent enough chance that Metro would put routes on Drake Street that we don't want to install speed humps right now. So this is something that we are not proposing right now. Hammersley Road has basically a reconstruction project planned for next year, so we'll hold off on that. Hayes Road, this is on the far east side. It's kind of the same situation as Wheeler and Sherman, where it's just kind of a windy stretch that doesn't have any intersections that make it difficult to do anything to address the speeding with a device. Tree Lane, similar situation. It's EMS and it's got a little bit, a short stretch of bus routes on it. So we're holding off on that. Troy Drive, this is the section east of Northport. There's a fire station there. So it's a highly used EMS route. Not a lot of great options. Dempsey Road, this has bus routes. We could look into bike lanes on that one, but we'd have to remove some parking for that. Bram Street, this ranked high. The reason that we held off on this one was because although it ranked high, the speeding was not high. So you can see just 9 vehicles over 30 miles per hour with 1,500 vehicles, so a very low percentage of speeding. Piping Rock Road, we had originally proposed this one for speed humps, but this is another one that Metro thinks could be a future transit route. So I'd like to hold off on that. South Brook Street ranked high enough, but this is right by Meritor Hospital, so hold off on that one. Brandenburg Way, this has bus routes, so not a lot of options. Sherman Avenue, this is slated for a 2025 reconstruction, so we would wait until then to do anything there. And you can see that Britta Parkway did not get the 30 points, but the speeding we thought was high enough that it should be considered. So those are the streets that ranked high enough, but we chose not to pursue a project. Now I'll go through the streets that we are proposing projects. This is the overview map, kind of spread out all over. So I'll take these. I think this is pretty much alphabetical order. Not responding. I could give it a couple seconds, it probably will. All right. So first I'll mention that we did take into account bike connectivity. This is a bike route map. So whenever you see purple on the specific maps, that's what that's calling out. It's calling out the bike routes, whether or not there's bike lanes, but it's calling out the bike routes. I also have some notes with the high injury network, but let's see, start from the beginning here. And can you see this all right? I think it's showing up pretty small.
Yeah, pretty small. Can you make it bigger, Tom?
Yeah, not responding again, so I probably just have too many things open here. But I'll work on that. I'll talk through it kind of here. So this is Barton Road. This is South Whitney Way. Complaint of high speeds. There's not a lot going on here that would keep us from putting in speed humps. So that is what we're proposing. Two streets on this one, just because they're close together. Britta Parkway. Right next to Britta Park, Britta Drive received speed humps a few years ago. We're proposing 2 on Britta Parkway and Warwick Way. So this had pretty high speeding. The complaint is that it's used as a cut-through route between Seminole Highway and Nakoma Road. So Winona Drive is also a bike route. So that's the reason for that. Forster Drive had some of the worst speeding we've seen based on the data. Unfortunately, it's due to that railroad bridge on Troy Drive. This is the main east-west EMS route, Forster Drive is. So we can't propose speed humps here. So we're looking at a series of islands in hopes of doing something, just because the speeds were so high on Forster. I felt like we have to do something there. Frisch Road, there's no buses here. It is a bike route. The complaint is around the park area, mid-block. So we think a series would work well there. I'm sorry, this is loading really slow. Inner Drive, we had a little project west of Yellowstone last year, but speeds based on our data were higher on this section of Inner Drive. So this is the elementary school here. There's an all-way stop at Yellowstone and Inner, so it's just this section here. This is a short section of Lexington Avenue between East Wash and Fair Oaks. Last year, I think, yeah, it was last year that we did speed humps in front of the school east of Fair Oaks. But speeds were high enough here just in this short section to qualify. Putnam Road, this is west of Prairie Road. High speeds here. Fire is okay with this plan. No bus routes. Ryder Road, this is one that's been in in the list for a few years. We lowered the speed limit from 35 to 30 out there. Speeding still pretty high, used as a cut-through route between Portage Road and Stoughton Road. Swanton Road, speeds are really high here. The proposal here is to remove one side parking, add in bike lanes and islands at Hamlet Place. And based off the high injury crash network, there was a serious injury crash there. We had a neighborhood meeting on this. So there's been some work done on this one. So here's Wheeler Road, the western portion of this. A big complaint of Wheeler Road is that it's used as a cut through between CV and Northport. So an east-west cut through. So drivers will take Wheeler sometimes all the way to Kennedy Road past the elementary school here, but also down School Road. So just high speeds and used as a cut through. So we're kind of breaking these up. This is the section west of School Road. So between Kennedy and School. And then this was the site of a fatal crash, I believe in 2018, and that was due to, it was a single vehicle crash, high speeds, westbound, didn't navigate the curve. This is just to the east of that. So we had originally proposed speed humps all the way to Comanche, but feedback from Metro was that there's a decent chance that they will use Wheeler east of Delaware as for a future road. So this is Williamsburg Way, which connects into Putnam Road over here. So this is just east of Prairie, right on the city limits with Fitchburg. Really high speeds next to a park and a school. Just got to make it to one more. All right. So here's Lakeside Street that we received some, I think Bay Creek sent a letter about this earlier today, I believe, or yesterday. So there is some history on this one. It was kind of always a stance of, yeah, this was an EMS route. We didn't want to put in speed humps, but looked at that again. We think we can do a limited number of speed humps. That's why we've only proposed 2, just a limited number kind of in the center area between John Nolan and Park Street. So areas on either side could be accessed from either of those arterials. There are existing islands installed in 2012 at Lowell. And then this is a bike route. So the thinking is to slow down traffic adjacent or through the bike route and adjacent to the school. So that is the list of our proposed projects. Drake, I think the last one was Piping Rock. I can't remember if I talked about this or not, but this is one that we originally proposed, but kind of the same thing with Metro. They think that there's a good chance that this becomes a future transit route. Speeds are high here. It would be good to do something. Looked at the possibility of traffic circles at the 4-way intersections, but then you can kind of see how far into the intersection the crosswalks are. So whenever you put in a traffic circle, you're pushing that through traffic into the crosswalk. So it would be a bigger project to fix those pedestrian ramps, push the crosswalks further out, and install the circle. So that would require a little bit more looking into for that. I think that's all I wanted to cover. So I think we can open it up to discussion or comment.
Ken, go ahead.
Tom, when you say really high speeds, does that mean like more than 15 miles an hour over posted? What does really high mean?
So we've got the speed data here. And included in the packet was these streets ranked out based on this on a really high on a over 35, over 40 miles per hour. So just basing it off of that, the streets that ranked higher with that.
And so just, I guess, anecdotally, is there a difference between sort of chronic that, like everybody who drives this now realizes that 25 really means 35 versus the occasional person, that a lot of people sort of are within 10 miles an hour. But then you have an occasional person who's doing 50. I mean, for you, what's the behavior that you most want to change?
I think it's basically this.
Can I just mention, I think we have registrants that have been waiting a long time, or should we, before we get into questions?
Yeah, thank you for reminding everyone of that. That would be our preference. Do we have registrants, Patrick?
Yeah, we do. The first one is not here, though.
Okay, then we can go with Abby Bender, supports and wishes to speak.
Thank you. Yes, my name's Abby. I'm a proponent of the speed humps on Inner Drive. There's two reasons that make that stretch unique. Is the entire third mile stretch is very steep, and then it's also very busy due to a lot of community activities that are on that road or just nearby. So to start with the slope, the steepest part, I'm not an engineer, but is about 30-degree angle. So it's hard not to speed in that area. It starts at Yellowstone Drive, which is the stretch we're talking about. But really it goes downhill all the way till you get to Keelson. So even though it's 25 miles an hour, it isn't uncommon to see somebody going 40 or even more down the hill, because you're just, like I said, just whole stretch is downhill. The other thing is Inner Drive is a cut through for drivers wanting to get from Gammon, which would be like north of Jefferson Middle School, over to Mineral Point Road by CUNA. So rather than going up to the stoplights and waiting at stoplights, they just cut through Inner Drive to get over to whether they're going to Memorial or CUNA. And so what Inner Drive has in that little stretch has John Muir Elementary School, and they have a huge playground, which is a popular playground, which is on Yellowstone, which is the start of the stretch we're talking about. Then across the street, you have Parkcrest Pool. And if you've ever seen a swim meet, half the city's there and they park all down the street when it's not just your normal pool days. And then if you just go down this 3rd mile stretch that we're talking about is Owen Conservancy, which draws in hikers. Right now you have downhill skiers. There's no parking, so everybody parks on the street. And then right at that area is a bike path across the street. So you've got people crossing to get to one path to the other. You've got bikers turning onto Inner Drive. So it's not, that we made the cut in terms of the points, but I actually think it's low. It's probably artificially low because you're missing out on the school traffic, the CUNA traffic that's normally coming through there. It's not an official bike route or pedestrian route, but I think because of the bike path ending right there, and then just the number of people that are going to all these parks and schools and the Conservancy and the bike path, it just is always busy. And then with that hill, it's just huge amount of speeders just flying down the hill. So again, I'm a proponent and appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Abby? Okay, Patrick, who do we have next?
Andy Meisman supports, wishes to speak.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Can you, Tom, can you flip to the Lakeside speed hump exhibit you have? Perfect. Well, first of all, thanks everyone for your time to speak tonight. And my name is Andy Meisman. I'm the Transportation Committee Chair for Bay Creek neighborhood, which we're looking at right now. And a small group of us neighbors got together to review these plans, the speed humps on Lakeside. And we're pleased to see the city addressing the need for traffic calming here on our street with these speed humps, and feel this is going in the right direction. And we believe these humps here at this general location will help increase children's safety at Franklin Elementary School, as well as provide increased safety for people utilizing the businesses along the stretch of Lakeside. In addition, the western speed hump there we felt was a really good placed speed hump to increase safety for cyclists at Gilson and Lakeside, which is really the most heavily used intersection within Lakeside for bicycle traffic. And we really look forward to working with the city on these plans. And we did have one potential modification request, in particular looking at the east speed hump and potentially shifting that closer to the middle of the school, in between the middle of the school and Lake Court. We feel that this will help reduce the speeding vehicles approaching from the east, which are exiting from John Nolan. And right now, we just request a little bit more time to gather some community input before a final decision is made. We're in the process right now of talking to the principal at Franklin Elementary School, who we'll meet with next week in regards to the speed hump on the east side there, and also gathering information from the business owners. We feel that they've probably got more detailed information beyond our group's initial review of how that speed hump next to the school might function. And we'll also be hosting a neighborhood meeting tomorrow evening and getting more input regarding these two speed humps. We did have just some questions. I guess, what is the Transportation Commission? Are they approving this final plan tonight? I don't think they are. After watching Tom's presentation, I believe we're on step 6 right now. And I guess that's kind of the second question we had. What is the resident survey in March, and what does that include? And really, there was an overall concern too regarding future traffic calming on the east and west Lakeside, and there are concerns about traffic coming off John Nolan and South Park at fairly high speeds. But overall, we're really pleased with this improvement in our neighborhood, and we feel it's going to be a great safety aspect for the school and the business owners there. And we're looking forward to working with the city to create a safe, sustainable, and barrier-free transit network in our neighborhood. And that's it.
That was good timing. You hit your 3 minutes. Anybody have any questions for Andy? I don't see any hands. Patrick, who's next?
Carrie Rothberg supports, wishes to speak.
Was that Terry or Carrie?
Carrie.
Thank you.
So I'm going to second what Andy said. I am a Lakeside Street neighbor. I am also part of the Neighborhood Association's new Transportation Committee. And yes, we are excited to have the speed humps coming. Lakeside Street has a long history of troubled traffic. The one group that I want to emphasize, in addition to the businesses and the school, is the neighbors themselves, the Lakeside neighbors themselves. There's no telling how many Lakeside neighbors will be at tomorrow night's Neighborhood Association meeting. Andy and I will be there, but I've had the chance to talk informally to about 7 neighbors in the last couple of days, and there are some other messages and some other concerns that I think we need to take into account. And I think we can only find these out by talking to the neighbors on Lakeside Street, because they know Lakeside Street best. When I and another neighbor first approached Tom Moore, and I think we were part of getting this ball rolling back in the spring of last year, we had planned for a meeting that never occurred with Lakeside Street neighbors. It didn't occur because of COVID and because you were gathering data. But I think it's important to speak to Lakeside Street neighbors about the pros and cons of the speed humps versus other types of additional traffic calming measures. I think that this plan is doing a great job of addressing safety in the middle of the street. And if the speed hump is moved a little to the right, even to the eastern section of Lakeside, but West Lakeside Street near Park Street, it kind of leaves it alone. Those islands do nothing, as you acknowledged they would do. They're not really even islands, they're more like refuges, where on the 800 and 700 block of Lakeside Street, you get to run and jump onto them if a car is speeding at you and sometimes even veers at you. So to sum up, what I'm hearing neighbors say on my end of the street is that we'd like to begin to talk about. We realize not everything can happen at once, and we're not asking for something instead of these humps now, but we'd like to begin a conversation about a more comprehensive solution to the speeding problem for the entire length of the street, one that will make residents safe, as well as the visiting cyclists, the visiting shoppers, the visiting students. And we'd like to have that meeting before the survey, because we think that surveys get better responses when people's awareness has been raised, and they give more valuable data when you educate neighbors about what are the limits of traffic calming, why did you choose the speed humps first? We want to be able to return that 60% approval on surveys to get the traffic calming started on Lakeside Street. And
Carrie, can you wrap up, Carrie?
Last sentence. And then we'd like to continue this conversation beyond 2021. Thank you very much.
Anybody have any questions for Carrie? Okay, do we have any other registrants, Patrick?
Yes. Hal Hamer supports and wishes to speak.
Yeah, good evening. I'd like to first of all thank Thomas Moore and Christian Alburas, my district person, for addressing the issues here on Barton Road, specifically from Ray Lane East to Whitney Way. I've been a resident here for approximately 3 years in this neighborhood. Sit on my front porch a lot, which is on the corner of Ray Lane and Barton Road. So I firsthand witnessing definite speeding problems here at particular times of the day, which I've noted on your survey, showing that it is happening a lot, especially in the busy metro hours. The problem with Barton Road, both sides, no sidewalks. So we have a lot of people walking their dogs on either side of the road. We have a lot of bikers, a lot of seniors, and a lot of children in this neighborhood as well. I want to mention that first and foremost because safety, I think, is the issue. And if you can get these people that want to get home quick or just want to speed for the sake of speeding because it seems like a speedway, if you can get them to slow down, I think you're going to avoid any potential future accidents. Ray Lane and Barton Road is a perfect area for that because the traffic on Ray Lane does not always come to a full stop. So I'm very happy that you're addressing that situation. I'm looking at your map of the speed bump positioning. I think that's going to be very helpful to keep down any potential threats and probably improve the safety of the neighborhood. I want to again thank Tom and Christian for addressing that. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Hal. Is there any questions for Hal? Okay, Patrick, do we have anybody else?
Kathleen Pollock supports and wishes to speak.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Pollock, and I have lived at 4721 Kennedy Road for 18 years. I'm on the corner of Kennedy and Wheeler. Since we've moved in, the volume of traffic on our road has increased immensely. They did the traffic study this summer. Lindbergh Elementary is up the street on Kennedy. So when they did the study, it was COVID, so there was no school, and we didn't have the volume of traffic that we usually have. We get a lot of vehicles speeding by because they use Wheeler Road as a go-through, the cut-through between Highway CV and Highway 113 and Northport. And they use Kennedy Road because instead of School Road, which is what they had hoped people would use School Road, because when they get to Northport, Kennedy Road has a stoplight. There's no stoplight at School Road, and that intersection has really poor visibility, and people go so fast on Northport, it's hard to get out on to the highway. They recently posted weight restrictions for trucks, but they still do use the stretch of Wheeler between School and Kennedy. People go so fast on the stretch, they miss the turn coming off of Wheeler, turning onto Kennedy. A neighbor complained about people turning around in his driveway, so the city just put up a sign right across the street from my house directing people how to get to Highway 113 so they don't miss the turn. Last Sunday, when we had the snowstorm, somebody who sped around the corner and got stuck in the snowbank in front of our house because they lost control of their vehicle. We can't park on the street because people lose control on the corner. Backing out of the driveway in the morning is a challenge. Nobody stops at the stop sign. And we are across the street, right across the street from Cherokee Marsh. And we have deer and cranes and other wildlife and families walking, biking, running. And our stretch of Wheeler is not a bus route. Trucks aren't supposed to go on there. The speed limit is already 25. The city's recently put up a lot of signage, but it still is, people are still using it as a shortcut and speeding through. So another method of speed control would be helpful. I wish that you could do something about the whole stretch of Wheeler, but if you can do my stretch, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions for Kathleen? Any other registrants, Patrick?
Maggie Weiser neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Hi, thank you. I would like to actually register my support for the traffic calming measures on Swanton Road. I am a resident of the Heiston Park neighborhood and a member of the new neighborhood association here. I want to ask the commission to please consider Milo Lane for traffic calming measures and or possibly a stop sign at Milo and Hamlet, especially with people use that area as a cut through from Milwaukee to Swanton Road. And my neighbors and I have seen with our own eyes a noticeable increase in speeding and accidents on Milo, Easley, and Hamlet Place. Many young children live and play in this neighborhood, and we are about to welcome 20 to 30 additional families with children at the new Salvation Army temporary family shelter at the Carmenta site of Milo and Milwaukee Street. So with that increased in kids going off to school in March, schools reopening, we're very concerned that some of the reckless driving and traffic behavior in the neighborhood, including 2 hit and runs in 2020. My neighbors and I feel this is only a matter of time until we see a car, bike, or car pedestrian incident unless expedient measures are taken. And that's, I believe, all I have to say on that. I don't know. I remember at the neighborhood meeting where we discussed this, that there were going to be future studies. And I am happy to petition again for traffic calming measures in our neighborhood, but wonder what the criteria would be to consider a stop sign at Milo and Hamlet, because there currently isn't a stop sign there at all.
Tom?
Yeah, we can look into a two-way stop. So anytime we convert from a two-way to an all-way, we include an all-way stop study, which the street has to meet some warrants with delay or crashes. But for a two-way, we've got a little bit more flexibility. We could take a look at that.
Okay. Grant, I see your hand is up. Do we have more registrants, Patrick? Did you have a question on this one, Grant? Nope. I see your hand is down. Okay. More registrants, Patrick?
There are two. Cynthia Snyder supports, doesn't wish to speak. And then an Allison Maris doesn't support or oppose and doesn't wish to speak. And that's it.
Okay. All right. Well, we've heard a lot from people. We heard a couple people suggest that it sounded like they were asking that we delay action on Lakeside so they can perhaps better position the speed humps and or consider other options. So what comments do people have? Grant, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, all kinds of thoughts I won't get into tonight. I think we've been having a lot of important discussions of the traffic calming subcommittee. I think, we'll continue to do that there, and, this is going to continue to inform our work. But just a couple of specific questions, Tom. My biggest concerns around the locations that have really significant speeding, but are basically the kind of the EMS and metro, routes that where speed humps are not a good option. And so just, I think that's something we need to deal with in the traffic calming subcommittee discussion. So I'll skip kind of all of those, but there were just a couple that were very high in the list for speeding that I didn't see any notes on. So I just wanted to confirm with you the Post and Todd one. I mean, I think you mentioned that maybe there wasn't a recommendation because the complaints were more about kind of stopping behavior at the intersection itself. But when I look at the list, I've sort of sorted it by speeding. I mean, it's, I think 14th overall, very high, 578 over 30 miles an hour is, I guess I would, if there's not an obstacle to that one, I would ask that you take a look at what might be suggested to reduce.
I'm sorry, which one? Remind me which one, Grant?
It was the Post. I don't know. In my version, it said Post and Todd. I don't know. I think it was maybe the intersection area, or 3114 Todd was the study location.
Right. Yep.
You know what I'm talking about, Todd?
Yep. We can do that. Yeah. I just.
How is it shown? It's so Post Road and Todd Drive, that one down there on your screen. Okay.
Yep.
So that's one I think would be worth looking at if you maybe come back next time with something on that one. Mm-hmm. Did you say something about Brandenburg Way? I feel like you might have mentioned it, but maybe I just missed it.
Yes. So Brandenburg has a bus route. It's just kind of a long stretch, kind of a windy stretch that doesn't have really any four-way intersections. So it's kind of speed humps are off the table, no opportunity for traffic circles. So yeah, that's kind of one where limited options.
And it's a kind of higher volume metro route as well.
I'm not sure exactly how much, but I think that's one of them, or one of the routes that needs to get to a transfer point, and it's kind of a discussion that we had with Spade Street.
Okay. Well, the only other comment that I'll have is just to the last speaker. Maybe in addition to evaluating a two-way stop at Hamlet and Milo, maybe also considering an island there. I think that would be, I'm obviously very supportive of the Swanton project, but I think as we've talked about wanting to try and not just push the problem somewhere else. So if we could consider, either a stop control or a traffic circle, maybe in conjunction with the Swanton project, I think that would be worth looking into.
Okay.
Thank you. And otherwise, I'm supportive of the recommendations of that staff put forward.
Ken, go ahead. You're muted.
So
There you
I
go.
really appreciate this, and I support all of these. The question that I have is, are we just sort of stuck with the situation on Wheeler between Sherman and Comanche? I mean, is the only thing other than sort of doing traffic engineering, does this mean police enforcement, or what do we have? Because when I look at it, that clearly is the highest volume of over 40-mile-an-hour driving. And it seems like we shouldn't be in a situation where our hands are handcuffed on this thing and can't do anything about it.
Yeah, we can. I agree. It's got a pretty bad speeding problem that should be addressed somehow. So I think the options are looking at doing something at the Comanche intersection, whether it's a circle or islands. And then it would just be doing something mid-block. Basically, islands are the last option for some sort of concrete or bump outs, but I guess what I was trying to do was, when choosing project, was trying to get the most bang for our buck for cutting down on speeds.
But so is the reason why we passed on this one is because it's an EMS route?
Yep. So it's a highly used EMS route from Sherman to Comanche. Comanche is the only way in and out of the neighborhood to the north. And then because it's such high density housing.
Yeah. I just don't feel good about when I looked at that the number in the percentage above 40 miles an hour. It just seems like we have to do some rethinking about what we can put in there, because that just seems like a tough street, and I don't want to let it go.
Yeah. And just to add to what you were saying, Ken, there is also the idea of addressing all of Wheeler at the same time if we can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm endorsing what you're saying, because we're looking at two other spots on Wheeler. So, why not add this one in if that's possible?
Yeah, I mean, I've driven that road and I could easily do 50, maybe 55. I mean, it's a pretty attractive road to just get to Sherman as fast as possible.
Okay, is that all you had, Ken?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Tom, I have a, your hand is up again. Ken, is it up or not? Okay, it's down again. All right. So with regard to Lakeside, a couple of people, Andy and Carrie, were asking, I thought I heard them asking us to wait on that to make sure that the speed humps, at least the east speed hump, was in the right position. They have some additional neighborhood meetings that it looks like they're going to have. And potentially, Carrie thought maybe we should look at some other options. So are we looking to wait on Lakeside or take action on that tonight?
No,
Grant has his hand up. Was it on this particular topic, Grant? Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to offer up motion that we would recommend approval of all of the staff recommendations and also recommend that staff coordinate with the Bay Creek Neighborhood Association before sending out postcards or moving forward with the Lakeside one.
Okay. And did your motion also include the additional study on Post Road and Todd Drive, the two-way stop at Hamlet and Milo, and Ken's request on the rest of Wheeler between Sherman and Comanche?
Absolutely.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve all of the staff recommendations and coordinate with the Bay Street Neighborhood Association before finalizing Lakeside, as well as adding in additional study on Post Road and Todd Drive, looking at a two-way stop or potential other options at Hamlet and Milo, and also looking at what could be done to address the bad speeding problem on the additional stretch of Wheeler between Sherman and Comanche. Did I get that all, everybody? Okay, your hand is still up. Did you want to, or Harold, is that a second? Yes, okay, that's the second.
Yes.
All right, anybody want to speak on the motion? Any discussion? I know we're going at, it's 9:44, so longest meeting ever, guys, but we knew that was coming because we had short meetings for both meetings in January, so we're paying for it tonight. Okay, so everybody's aware of the motion. Hopefully I don't have to read that again. I see no hands up, so I'll assume a unanimous consent vote on the motion to approve it, working with the Bayside Neighborhood Association before they finalize Lakeside, and adding in Post Road, Drive, the two-way stop at Hamlet and Milo, and that extra stretch of Wheeler between Sherman and Comanche. So seeing no objection, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote. And Tom, it looks like we'll see you back again for the additional study on those particular streets.
Yep, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much. You anticipated a lot of our concerns, and that's very much appreciated. Okay, real quickly, the TC work plan, I added in, it's on here for action because in addition to adding the new speed limit, stop and yield signs to our annual work plan, Harold suggested we add shared streets to the work plan. After talking with Renee and Yang, we added Madison Shared Streets to the special projects in 2021 because we're not certain it will be annual at this point. So I need a motion to approve our updated work plan. We have a motion. Okay, motion by Chris, seconded by Bridget. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody has any objections. Okay, thank you very much. In terms of the traffic calming subcommittee, you've heard a lot from us on this already. We spent a great deal of time during the last meeting looking at a draft of the priority recommendations. Tom Wilson and I are working on that and also working on the format of the final report and start on the council resolution. We also discussed the evaluation ranking criteria. Harold and Bridget were working on that, and we'll have follow-up on both those at our next meeting. Okay, unless anybody has anything to add from the subcommittee. Anybody have a really quick update from the Transportation Policy and Planning Board, Grant or Chris?
We're working hard on policy stuff, so we'll be at it again on Monday.
Okay, great. And thanks much for your support on the taxi ordinance amendments. Appreciated that. With regard to general announcements, the biggest thing is two reminders. The MPO Lunch and Learn, again, is from noon to 1 o'clock on Thursday, February 18th. So hopefully people can participate in that. I'm looking forward to that. And just a reminder that our next joint TC-TPPB meeting will be on March 24th. That is our regularly scheduled TC meeting, so everybody should have it on their calendar. If we have anything urgent that requires TC action, we may have a brief TC meeting before the joint meeting, but we'll keep you posted with regard to that. In terms of future agenda items, you could see what we have for the February 24th meeting in Legistar and for future meetings beyond that. I'm adding West Washington Avenue for 224 and potentially neighborhood traffic management program, either 224 or later, depending on Tom's timing with regard to that. So we'll see how that goes. Anybody have any other agenda items that we need to add that we aren't tracking? Okay. All righty. So let's have a motion to adjourn. Thank you so much, everybody. Yang, go ahead. Sorry, I see Yang's hand up there. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, really quick. Yeah, for future agenda, we have an item coming up regarding some improvements we require Madison Yards development to do, adding bike lanes on Sheboygan Avenue. So we're going to bring that to the group for some feedback and guidance in the near future.
Okay, so improvements on the bike lanes on Sheboygan Avenue?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, all right.
And of course, thank everyone for the long meeting tonight. Many of them are traffic engineering items, so I almost feel like it's a kind of traffic engineering special edition. So thank you all. But also, Justin had to leave a little bit early, so I've been kind of hopping, filling in for him.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Yang. I appreciate it. And thank you very much. As you know, we had 2 short meetings in January, and consequently, we had a long meeting tonight. We may have a longer one next time. So thank you, everybody, for the great feedback tonight. And do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion. Do we have a second? Oh, come on. Yay, Ken seconds. All right, a motion and a second. And I am going to assume unanimous consent vote because I'm starving. So thanks, everybody. Stay safe, stay warm.